This might be how a lot of people feel when they go live.
Mm-hmm.
Come on in. There's a secret lurker. We don't know who it is.
Oh, no.
Is it you?
Yeah.
Oh. What's up, y'all? By y'all, I mean, it's me, Holy Thrift. It's me. Hi, Holy Thrift. It's okay. We don't even mind lurkers.
We like you.
Yeah.
We like you. Hey, sorry about that.
Taylor's a lurker too. What's up? Come on in. We're back. My comfort live. Is that what this is? It brings you comfort? I hope it brings y'all some comfort. What's up? Come on in, y'all. Come on in. We ran in. What's up, Donovan? Good to see you. Donovan, how are you? You want to do some coaching? It won't let you. If it doesn't say somebody joined.
Scary.
It's okay. Everything's fine. If it doesn't show when somebody comes in, but the number goes up, that means that it doesn't notify when you come in. How was that? It's okay. We're back. We're back. We're good.
I don't know. It wigged out for a second.
Yeah. So we got to go. Yeah. I do too. What's up, Linda? Good to see you. Yeah, I have it set up too, so I can be a lurker. It's not bad. It's good. Sometimes you don't want to announce your presence. What's up, Tanya? Sorry, y'all.
I'm gonna put show audits in. Are you down with that? Because people were asking about it.
Yeah. You figure it out?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I just wanted you to know that it'll be in the bin.
Do you like my pink water?
That's mine.
Well, it's yours.
Uh-huh. The reason why I don't use it yet is because I need to buy a straw for it.
Donovan, I want to have a conversation with you if you're cool with it. I want to see how you're doing right now. Okay, cool. Are you running shows? Let's talk about what you're doing right now. I'm gonna check out your profile. You got one at 7:30 tomorrow. Okay. All right, cool. You got Carhartt tomorrow, 23. I'm bookmarked for you. Okay. And that's all women's? Is that all women's for tomorrow? Both. Okay. You're under women's contemporary right now. So, I love that. Both of them. Okay. So, I want to support a friend, but you being incognito to a person in a show who is not doing great things and whatnot. I didn't want to be a part, hence my name. Gotcha. So what I'd recommend, Donovan, is separating those out into a men's and then a women's one, because you're going to get like a mixed demographic in there. Okay. And so I recommend doing that. The other thing I would recommend, this is another thing I'd recommend. I wouldn't do Q&As on what do you want. I'm back. Eat it up in Launchpad 3.0. Is it glitchy right now? I can miss you, y'all. You kind of touched on it yesterday about the illegal bidding. No, thank you. Okay, cool. All right, I got a mod. Gotta get my mods up in here. Natasha, no Q&A. The reason why is use your data, do your shows. You go out and pick what you think you want. Because you'd be surprised at how many people will be like, I want this, I want that. And you're going to spend your time going out there to get it. But the truest data, what's up, Denise? I'm modding you, Denise. Y'all, follow Keeker, baby. She's one of my great life friends. How are you? Good to see your face. I mean, I can't see your face. I can see your profile picture. Denise, you should come over. We'll have some dinner. Now you're modded, so you can send secret messages. Just be aware Natasha's in the chat too. Keeker baby, if you haven't met Nat Geo, that's Natasha. You can say hi to her. She's delightful, just like you. So you guys will get along. Yeah. So Donovan, I would use your data. Okay, use your data. I will. I'm going to send you a number tracker. I'm going to have you so log back in. Stay in Foundations. You're a part of Foundations. Stay in there and keep plugging in there. And then you can ask questions in there. When you go live and you're asking people what they're looking for and like jotting it down, the issue becomes like you have to, now your focus is to go out there and find that stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, do that. And then I'll add you to the number tracker thing so that you have that. So you're going to use your data to do this. You're going to use your data. All right. Donovan was part of Launchpad 1. So I want to make sure that stick with finding your data. That's the game. That is the game. Because it's really funny because I can sit here and be like, I could show an item. I'll show you what I mean. I could be like, guys, here's this item. What do you guys think? And everyone's like, oh my gosh, so cute. That's so wonderful. I love it. Wish it was in my size, right? And then, yeah, Denise, we got a community of 111 people right now. And the real vote is when they vote with their dollar, because you'll see it. They'll tell you what they want, but the real thing is if they swipe, like, you want to buy it, like, oh, I can't right now, or no, you should keep it. It looks so good for you. Like, that's not for me. That's for you. You know, that's not data. So we don't listen to what they say. We listen to what they do. Okay. So y'all go follow. And then I would separate out your shows for just only if you're doing, what's up, Spicy Nona? Hold on. I gotta, Denise meet Spicy Nona. Denise, Sarah she is right up your alley with Spicy Nona. Keeker Baby is one of our great lifetime friends. Forever, I've known, how long have we been friends, Denise? Like 20 years? Something like that. She was there for JJ's birth. It was just me and her and Jenn. Yeah. It's there for Gracie's birth. So she's been there from the very beginning. Very beginning. And then I knew her before I knew Jenn. So yeah, we'll tell you a crazy story one time. But yeah, our midwife had left, and Denise is a doula, and so she was there, and she was helping, and I caught JJ. So crazy. Denise and I have had some like super intense type of stuff, like span lifetimes type stuff. Yeah. 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 So yeah, queen for sure. Denise, I'm so happy that you're in here. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? Are you supposed to be working? What are y'all doing right now? I love it that people are like, I'm at work right now. I'm working. I knew it. I knew it. I love it. I love it. Cher, what's up? Good to see you. Um, Sitting at the airport waiting for my flight. Where are you going? Where are you going? I'm working in a meeting. I'm in meeting hell right now. I won't tell anybody. Nini's working. We're all working right now, okay? Everyone's working right now. Worn out watching Amy. Why are you worn out? Sourcing. So fun work. Nice. Edith, you have a show. You have a show tomorrow. Or you? I know that you guys in taking photo for my Monday show. Let's go, Lucy. Y'all go follow the shop NYC. Nope, no inventory. You're getting ready for your next Friday show. Rusty Krusty. That was something. Y'all go follow Everhome Collection. She had her best 3 shows. So she had her best show yet, and then she had her next show was her best show yet, and then her last one was her best show yet. Yes, next Friday. Yeah, poor girl gonna have a packing marathon. Are we talking about Amy Zelatas? Or are we talking about Amy? I forget what her name. Amy. She's new to Foundations. New Amy to Foundations. That's not her name. So yeah, Amy's pre-loved treasure. I knew there was a treasure in there. I love it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I saw that. Y'all are so good to each other in the community. Like, it's so cool. Like, no one, if you guys, don't be a part of the community if you don't want people going to your shows and then posting about it in our community. Because they will. You go live, they will be grabbing screenshots and be like, so and so's live, they're crushing it right now. Get in there, go support, see what they're doing. That it's like There's no, you can't secretly go live in our community because people are like on top of it, So they'll post you, they will have your numbers up in our community before you even finish your show. They'll be like, they sold this many items. This is what I'm telling y'all. It's unreal. You guys bring it for each other, and I love that. Y'all, we ran into some technical difficulties, but we're back, which is fine because I think we needed to because that way Keek Your Baby could get in here. So I don't know. We didn't even book. There's no bookmarks for this. We had to do a new show poster, but we had to get our. We ran into some internet stuff and it's back up. So we were only down for like I don't know, like 15 minutes, but we're doing stuff on the back end, so we need to make sure that we have breaking news. Yeah, breaking news. Yeah. No, we got investigative journalists in our community. You're not doing anything without somebody being like, "Hey, I'm watching you," in the best, most supportive way possible. All right. Seriously, the amount of support y'all, the amount of love you guys give each other—that's the thing. So, what is up, y'all? I'm here to just help you out in any way, any challenges y'all are running into in your business. We could talk mindset, we can talk numbers, we can talk about the tracker that I'm really excited about. That's more for me right now. We can talk about the full. Um, let's talk about something, and then you guys can go any sort of direction you want, and I'll follow your lead. But don't take requests in your show, okay? Do as I say, not as I do. But do you guys have any requests? Let me know what you're looking for. Let's talk about the tracker. Okay, let's talk about the tracker. Okay, Donovan, the one that I'm sending to you. I'm going to show you what it looks like. I'm going to show you what it looks like, Donovan. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up. I want to show you what it looks like so you can work through it, okay? In fact, I can probably just add you here. Let me go to Spaces, Launchpad Dashboards. I'm gonna add you to this. Members. I want you guys to know something. So Donovan is part of our. I wonder if I can't do it from here. Oh, let me add from here. Baby, do you know how to add? Yeah, there's spaces left for the launchpad, the new launchpad coming up. I don't know what our last update is. I know Edith joined us today. So launchpad. So we have two things. Foundations is our community. It's $1 a day. Okay, so it's $30 for 30 days in our community. That community has. Let me show you what that looks like so you guys can see. This is our foundations community. All right. Let me see if you guys can see that. Okay. All right. From here. So foundations. All right. This is. I added. There's a couple things I want you guys to see. Okay. Number one is you're going to go to start here. And this is where you're going to go in and you're going to introduce yourself. All right. You're going to get the instructions on what to do. Then you're going to go to introductions. This is where you're going to introduce yourself. Okay. But go in and plug in and you'll see all the people. There's beautiful Amy up in there. There's Cheryl saying what up, right? There's Sarah up in there. Okay. Then you have announcements. So this is where you're going to announce your show or other people are announcing for you. I told you Amy's live right now with 120 people in there. And before she's even, this was an hour ago and Cher's already on top of it, right? And so people are already seeing, plus they're going to go into the show as well because they want to see it live, okay? So good luck trying to go live without anyone knowing, okay? So there's all these updates because we have 100 plus badasses in there. Okay. Then there's a chat feature here. Okay. So you can go in there and you can chat. You got some questions? Go ahead and throw it in. And then we have what we call wins and lessons. Wins and lessons is where people are going and look. 2 hours ago, Amy's crushing it, right? Of being shouted out before she even finishes, right? Right? And then we do community spotlights. Okay. This is Sherry from Awesome Finds 24 follower, right? Then this is the launch library. Okay, let me show you the stuff that's in it so you can see it. Okay, this is the launch library. You want to see the full playbook video? Give it a second. Boom. There's my bearded face. Spend 3 hours with me. Are you looking to ship like a pro? You having trouble with shipping? No problem. That's Lucky Rhino. This is a whole shipping intensive. This video right here, my wife will teach you on how to do the shipping, okay? This video is 5 hours long. You don't need to watch the whole thing, but it's packed full of stuff to help you all out, okay? So all the stuff that you guys see, all right, that's foundations. It's $1 a day, okay? That's foundations, all right? And then we have what's called Launchpad. And Launchpad it's a 4-week coaching program, okay? But I tend to, like Donovan was part of Launchpad 1. If you're part of Launchpad 1 and you need the tracker, I will send you the tracker, okay? Donovan, I can't add you from here, but let me show you what this thing looks like, all right? And then I'll add you to it, okay? And you can message me, all right? So here's the whole thing. Here's the videos on how to use the number tracker, and then I'm going to show you the number tracker itself. All right, so then you're going to go to this link, which will pull it up, and there's your number tracker. All right. Now this one's under my wife, so you don't need to use it. Okay, this is what you're going to use. Why is this thing important? Why is it powerful? Because of this thing right here. This is your dashboard right here. Okay, this dashboard, you just go input your numbers and it'll pop up. What's your return buyer rate? What's your revenue per buyer? How much profit are you making per item? What are your total costs? Because not only do you have that, let me see. I seriously hate working off of like mobile devices and sheets. Because I don't even know how to, man, there's another thing that you can input your expenses. All right. Okay. So is it attached to Whatnot? It's not directly attached to Whatnot. Yeah, I'm down with that. It's not directly attached to Whatnot. Let's be really specific about like the deliverables on that, okay, baby? It's Google Sheets. It's Google Sheets, okay? So that way I could share it. I share it with you, and then if I ever make any updates to it, you will get the updates. Probably not going to make any updates to this one, but I'm building out a more like a super dashboard, okay? But this one is all you need. What's up, Andrea? Good to see you. So I want you guys to this right here. This is your data that you're looking at, and when you input your shows, all you're doing is go follow the videos, and you'll see exactly how to get all of this information. All right, everything from promo to your how many viewers you have to when you started the show, when you ended the show, right? Yeah, do it. Do it in. Do it in. Do it if you can, Andrea. Do it on a laptop or a desktop, and we do it just on Google Sheets so I can share it easily. Okay. And then I'm going to build everything out on the other tracker I'm building out on Google Sheets as well. And I'm going to combine these two for the next round of Launchpad. The next round of Launchpad, that dashboard, you will have to be a part of Launchpad 3.0 to get it. Because I'm going to get a lot of like focused feedback from it. Okay. Uh-oh, is that Doob up in the house? But this one right here this is what you need. And Andrew, you already have access to this right now. So you can go to that post. It's its own space in there. Let me show you. All right. So for those of you, like, it's its own space. This is within Launchpad, but it looks like this. It's called the Launchpad dashboards and number tracker, the link and the video. Okay. And then you'll go through and you'll just enter it in. Let me show you this. If I can, I hate working off of Google Sheets on other devices, but I want to show you. I want to make this as easy as possible. If you click the actual cell, it'll tell you exactly where to get it. So see the notes? That way it's really easy. You can just hover over it and it'll tell you exactly where to get the information. So you can go get that information and put it in. I want to make it as easy as possible. Okay. This number tracker has been refined over the years, but I have people that are still using this from like 2 years ago, and they built a sizable business off of just using the same number tracker. The reason why it's so powerful is because it's going to show you your own numbers and your data. Okay, this is yours. Like, so we start looking at, for example, this is really beneficial when we have like a call and Andrea's like, hey, my return buyer rate is 73% and my revenue per buyer is $103. And that's where we would be like, well, because your return buyer rate is so high at 73%, we need to let more people know about you. So how do we do that? We can run promo. Let's see what we're doing as far as giveaways go. And let's see, yeah. So that is that is what we talk about when we talk about story in the 5S cycle. That's the story that your business will tell you. Also, um, here it is. I want to show you this as well. Okay. All right. The other thing is too, this is another sheet. Okay. So there are three sheets along the bottom here. Okay. One of them is just, it's showing you how to copy and paste this and make this your own. You can't break mine. Okay. So don't worry about ever like going in and messing it up. Okay. Yeah, you can't go find it, Donovan. You got to figure it out. But you will have access to this thing. You're going to go through and follow the videos. It'll tell you exactly how to go on to whatnot, the different areas in your seller analytics, and put in the information into this. And then that will tell you your return buyer rate. So you don't have to go and do the math for it. This is for your expenses. This is where you're tracking where you're sourcing stuff from. So this top one is all about COGS. Okay. So you would put in like where you went, what the total cost was, what the item count is, when you started and when you ended. That way you can track your time that you're putting into it. And then this one's going to be for like your packing, your shipping supplies, any software that you're using. I don't know what kind of software you'd be using. Maybe you're using like a paid up version of ChatGPT or something like that, right? Put all that into here. Maybe you invest into a lighting system. You put that into this part right here. And then when you go back to the dashboard, it will tell you your total profit based off of your expenses that you're putting in. All right. Natasha, you're in Launchpad 3. If this makes you, is this scary? How many of you would find this to be incredibly valuable for your business? Natasha just put in the secret chat. This makes me want to throw up a little bit. Which part of it? The thing is you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. And Edith, you have access to this right now. Um, yeah, story is just another way of saying information from your business. Story is actually two parts. Okay, yeah, it's valuable, but it's scary. Let's talk about scary. Does this scare y'all? Like for me, I get super pumped on this. Sorry, I'm trying to like do this without pulling this back out of the stand the entire time, but I'm gonna do this. I what I don't want, I don't want y'all to be afraid of your numbers. All this is your numbers, and that's what I'm looking for. Andrew said it make me feel confident. It makes me feel confident, right? So this is where because the beautiful thing is if you start plugging this in and you're looking at some things and it does make you scared, let's have a conversation because I want you to be empowered by this. The truth is what I've used this because Jen will come out of shows, and this was a while back, and she'd be like, "Oh man, things aren't going right. I don't know what's going on," and we're vibing with our like based off of how we feel, right? It's all this is your scoreboard. You don't need to be scared of the scoreboard. It'll help you to be a better player. Now, will this thing, you can't go in and change this. You don't go in and change the scoreboard by understanding the scoreboard. You go in and change the scoreboard by how you perform in the game, which is you going live, you working on the 5S cycle. That's what affects the scoreboard. Okay. But you do need to see the scoreboard. Otherwise, you could be coming out of a game and it'd be like you coming out of a game and you don't even know how to read the scoreboard and you're like, I don't know, I'm really tired. And you could be making business decisions and you could be assigning story, like the story of your business based off of how you're feeling. So you could just be tired and have low blood sugar and being like, my business isn't going that well. Why? I just don't feel like it is. What's your data? I don't know. Like, when's the last time you ate? Have you been hydrating, right? These type of things, right? You can't make assumptions and decisions and sound the story about your business based off of your blood sugar, based off of like, oh, I don't know, I ate a bag of chips earlier. That's why I think my business isn't going well, right? Yeah, after the game, be like, well, did we win, right? Did we win? So this is to help you to become a better player on the field, okay? Just shuffled off the ice on the back porch. Y'all, it's so crazy. I'm here in Salt Lake City, Utah. It's like 45 degrees outside. I could literally take the kids to the park today. And y'all are like, well, this is supposed to be the greatest snow on earth here. And we have The only snow that's remaining is stuff in the shade. Like it's been weird. It's been like the weirdest year. So I hope you guys have been safe and warm. And your poor little doggies out there being like, "What is this?" Which is the best because dogs will just go out and they'll like do their little thing. They get all weird, and if it's like a not an environment they're used to, dogs are hilarious like that. And then they're like so quick. Where before, like it's summertime, you're like, "Please, let's just do the thing. Let's get back inside." And they nope, not in the winter. They're like, let's get back in and get cozy. Oh, that's wild, Nini. Okay, y'all. I was sliding down the ice with its leg. Nini, get a picture of that. Put it in the community. Okay. This is your scoreboard. You got to know your scoreboard. Okay. Know the score. Don't be afraid of the score. This is how we get good at this. And a lot of times you will be surprised. Most of the times that Jen is like, I don't feel like things are going well. I would pull her aside and go through this. Now, another thing I want you to talk about before I go any further is your scoreboard off of isn't determined off of one show. We can't make decisions about our business off of one or two shows. We need a larger data set in order to see how things are going. You cannot look at 1 week worth of shows and then be making changes within your business. It's going to be confusing for you and it's going to be confusing for your viewers and your buyers. Because if you keep switching it up all the time, you don't even know what's working and what isn't working. So what you want to do first is say, hey, I've done shows for the last 4 weeks. Okay. Now that I've done that, I'm going to go in and I'm going to make a change to whether it's pricing, whether it's showtime, not a bunch of changes, not like all the things, but making one change to your business and then tracking and seeing how it does based off of data, not based off of how we're feeling about it. Like, oh, I don't know. I kind of feel like this start price is better than this one, right? No, you can't run it off of what you feel. And yeah, one thing that you have to understand, you can make a change and get like an immediate boost on something, and short term it looks really good, but long term it's not good. Okay? Because a lot of times the short term and the long term are like inverse of each other, like the results, right? Short term results a lot of times are like bad long term, and long term things are like in the short term like they suck, right? So we don't want to make decisions. That'd be like going to the gym one time and then coming home and I'm like, how's the gym? You're like, it sucked. So I'm not doing that again. I'm like, why? You're like, I'm sweaty, I'm out of breath, and I was in like very uncomfortable, and now my arms barely work. I was barely able to drive home. So, and then I went and looked in the mirror and nothing changed. So never doing that again. But you know what is awesome? Ben and Jerry's. Ben and Jerry's is great. So I'm gonna stick with that. Short term, that's awesome. Long term, not so good. Okay. So keep that in mind. The same thing with your shows. Your first shows are going to feel that way. You can't make a determination off of that. That'd be like you changing up your workout all the time, being like, oh, so anyways, I'm not doing CrossFit again, so I'm going to do Pilates next. And then the next time you come home, I'm like, how's Pilates? You're like, that sucked. So anyways, I'm gonna train for a marathon. I'm like, you're gonna run now? You're like, yeah, I'm gonna run. You're like, okay. Come back after your first run, and you're like, yeah, that sucks. I don't know. I might go back to CrossFit. And then 5 months later, be like, I don't know why I'm not getting any results. I think I'm actually like getting weaker. And it's because we don't have a strategy that we stick with long enough and we're looking at data. Okay. Business is the same way. All right. It would be crazy. Of course, we understand how working out and doing all this, we understand how it works, right? When it comes to business, it's the same thing. In the short term, it's gonna might look like things aren't going that great, but long term is working well. So we got to stick with the same strategy long enough to see if it's working or not. We can't be vibing. We can't be vibing with our business. I don't know. I'll just see, you know. And honestly, like I'll tell y'all, like probably out of the 111 people in our community right now, I would bet you probably like 95% are women, right? So the intuition is on point, okay? So use intuition, but you have to also match it with the data. We don't want to use purely off of intuition alone and based off of how we feel. We can't run our business based off of how we feel. We can't. Because you're gonna get 6 months down the line and you're gonna be up and down and all over and you're gonna be burned out. Okay. So make sure that you understand your scoreboard, okay? Make sure you understand your scoreboard. For those of you that are in any level of Launchpad, I will give you access to this, okay? Um, By the way, I want to talk about this real quick. I have coached multiple sales teams. I've coached, I don't even know, hundreds of people in sales directly. Okay. My top performers were always women. And some of my very best performers were also introverts. Okay. Women and introverts were my top performers always. Like if I could if I could pick my team, that's what I go for. Mike, do you like going to parties? Like, no. I'm like, you're on my team. You're awesome. Come over here, right? that's what that's what I do. What's up, Tay? Good to see you. Okay. So I'm letting y'all know that. Okay. There is um so okay, scoreboard. Don't be afraid of the what's up, Stephanie. So good to see you. Y'all go follow Cats in Pajamas. Denise, you would love Stephanie. Cats in Pajamas. Go follow her. Go watch her shows. You're welcome. Okay. Know your score. Okay. Know your score. All right. Then what I'd like to do is when you understand your score and where you're at, you can come back and we can have a conversation. We can just do this, right? Yeah. Denise, making grace. I'm pretty sure right now. I think that's Abraham. That's talking in the chat. He likes to get in on masterclass. He's homeschooling by learning how businesses run. Okay. So, yeah, the introverts also, it's me, Abe. It's also, and Denise, you're the only one here that knows what Abe looks like, other than he's like 6'1" now. He ain't a boy, okay? He ain't a boy. The dude he's got a mustache coming in and he's 6'1", maybe 6'2" now. But I could still probably curl him, just to let him know it's the old man strength. All right. Gotta take advantage of that now. Till he lifts me over his head. I'm like, all right, okay. Just hand him the keys to the house and be like, now you're in charge. I'm just kidding, dude. That's not how that works. So when you understand what your return buy rate, we haven't measured yet, so I don't know if he's right about my height or not. Yeah, we'll measure. We'll figure it out. We got two hosts up in here. Doubt it. Whatever. You don't know. You don't know about old man strength. All right. So what I want you all to understand is once you can see your numbers, I want it to be an empowering thing. I think a lot of times we are nervous, and that's okay. That's okay to be nervous at first, but it's just like watching back your shows. At first, it's like, I think a lot of times we at a young age are where somebody's like, oh, we're in school, we see somebody who's really good at math, and so we assume that we're not, and somehow you either got it or you don't, and that's not how it works, okay? And so I think sometimes they are adverse to looking at the math and the data because either they're nervous or they feel like they should know it, and there's like this thing of being like, oh, I don't know that, I'm not good at that, that's more like somebody else, right? And what we want to look at and what I want for y'all is to like, don't be afraid of numbers. Don't be afraid of the story that your business is telling you. You want to know your numbers, and I want you to be empowered by it. We don't want to just run this thing purely off of just how we're feeling and like the vibe of things. We want, because the thing is Jen would finish a show and just be like, this is not going well. And then I'd be like, let me show you where we were 4 weeks ago and let me show you where we are now. And when she would see it, she's like, oh. And so a lot of times we can use our numbers to be like, holy cow, I didn't realize that my business has been growing this entire time. That would be like you not having a before picture and be going to the gym for 3-4 months and then all of a sudden just be like, I don't know, I'm like really tired today. And I'm like, you just need to take a nap and then we'll discuss. You're like, I don't know. And what do we do instead? We compare our business to someone else. That's like going to the gym, never keeping track of your workouts or your diet or getting a before picture or doing any measurements and then basing it off of what we feel and like comparing our business to somebody else. And you're comparing your results to somebody who's been going to the gym for 4 years consistently. That's not going to work, right? But if you had the before picture and you saw like your measurements and how much stronger you're getting and all these different your conditioning and all this, you're like, dang, I'm getting stronger, and now you're empowered, right? um all hearts are liars, go with the facts. Yeah. So all right, cool. You guys good? You guys good? What do you guys want to? I don't want you guys to. Yeah, I don't want you guys to. I really want you to be empowered. That's the main thing. The entire thing is I want you to be empowered in your business. And I think that business, especially if we've worked for other people before and we've been like working and we've seen one part of a business and we're really familiar somehow, I think sometimes people don't feel confident in being able to like look at all parts of the business. So we're talking about like sales, the marketing, the actual data, numbers, the accounting, and we'll default into whatever we feel best about, and then we'll ignore the other things because in most businesses those are handled by different roles. But in your business you're going to have to look at the sales, the marketing, the accounting, the you got to look at the product, the research and development, or the inventory management, right? You're doing it all. You're down in the warehouse, you're sitting at the board table, you're doing the whole thing. You're working your middle management all the way down to like the brand new hire every single day. Yeah, and if you don't feel confident, yeah, join into the community, and then once you'll see it, like for the same thing, even in like the Google sheet, I want to make this as easy as possible. All of you are able to do this. Thank you so much, Amanda. Thanks for the raid. But all of you are able to do this. All of you are able to do this. So I don't ever want you even looking at a spreadsheet and being like, oh, this is like more. It's just a big calculator. Don't be scared about that. And if you do need help with it, don't worry, I got you. That's why I built this to be as easy as possible. And then some of you are going to be from like, I don't know anything about Excel or Google Sheets or doing these formulas or any of that. And then going through and just be like, go look at the formulas. There's nothing crazy. All you're doing is just looking, be like H1 subtract F2. What is that saying, right? Oh, I see what he's doing. Oh, okay, right? Yeah, just to catch up. She would love that, SJ. She would love that. She would love that. Um, I love spreadsheets. Yeah. And so here's another thing as well. Here's what I have seen overall. People who are very introverted and very good at like the numbers and the spreadsheets and being very cerebral, a lot of times they're like, I'm introverted, so I'm not going to be good at this side of things, which is where they are like the extrovert on camera type thing, right? So very rarely are people like the full on like, I love doing spreadsheets and I love like talking in front of people, right? Most of the time, and I've been in sales where we would have, for example, would always have a sales engineer with me, an engineer who was software, not so good with dealing with the people side of things, right? But those are skill sets. They can be developed. Yes, we are more inclined to do one over the other, but I'm letting y'all know for my introverts out there and the people who are very data heavy and very focused on getting the facts and very much like want to know every single bit about live selling, right? Yeah, this is within our Launchpad community. So, dear Ava, we have two communities. We have our foundations community, and at one point I will release this out to my foundations community, but not yet. I got to do it to a short one, a smaller group, a short one, a short bunch of short people. Just kidding. I got to do it to a smaller group first and make sure that that we're getting the information so I can make the training really good. Okay. So that this is for our rude. I'm offended. you're you're not short in spirit. I can tell you that. So, so yeah, I don't even think of you like being short at all. 5'2", yeah. But the community, I consider myself an introvert, but being on camera is easy because I like to talk about my stuff. Yeah. So for those of you, yeah, exactly. Steph, that's what I'm talking about. Cats in pajamas. I told you, Denise, you're gonna love her. I'm 4'11", but my vibe is 6'7". Some bars right there. Some bars right there. Merch. Oh shoot, is Sarah in here? We have a merch file going on. Amy Z Ladas, what's up? Did you see my brain comment? No, will you put it back? I'm back. I'm back. The numbers for me are still in progress. I've been working more on plans for extraction in my inventory I've been sitting on. Yeah. Yeah. And then for you, Jen, this week I'm releasing the LSP. It's like the journal, that journal. Jen, were you on that call where I talked about through the LSP journal, the Launchpad journal? I can pull that one. I can pull it up too. Oh, and then Denise, you are gonna want to check out Amy Z Lotta's shows. You're gonna love her stuff. Okay, you're gonna love it. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Okay. There is a call, not the last one, but the one before that, I believe, that I talk about the the journal. Amy, Keeker Baby is like a lifetime friend. She's like a sister to me. I've known her for like 2 decades, so I know her very well, and she's gonna love your stuff. All right, I'm just debriefing. This live is just a debriefing to update Denise with what's going on. What do you think is the best way to keep track of inventory or how much you've invested? It's challenging when I source from whatnot, to be honest. Okay, cool. So, all right. So, for those of you that are struggling with keeping track of this stuff, or you're sitting on massive amounts of inventory, some of this stuff, because, it's hard because sometimes people are like, I have a massive amount of inventory. I'm like, how much you got? They're like 200 items. And I might go to someone else and they're like, I have a massive amount of inventory. I'm like, how much you got? And they're like, 15,000 items. They're like, oh, okay. So, there's like a spectrum to this. There's like, okay. So, if you this is our thing within the launch, if you are part of Launchpad, the journal, okay, so for you, Jen Harrington, this is for you. Okay, I'm going to be releasing that journal this week. I've also extended Launchpad an additional week because I missed 2 calls, and I'm going to make sure that I fulfill on every single bit, and I want to over deliver so that you come back and continue to do coaching with me. Okay, that's my secret way of getting you guys to keep doing coaching with me. In the journal, there are 2 sourcing modes, and you're going to select it. If you have more than 2 weeks of inventory that you could reasonably sell on Whatnot, then you are in consolidate mode. It is not an option. You do not get to go back and forth on it. You need to commit to being like, I'm in consolidate mode. No longer am I on Whatnot. I don't accidentally black out and end up inside of a Goodwill, and then walking out with bags, right? We can't do that. We got to be like very oh, oh my. Uh, some of y'all are in both consolidate and in acquisition. So when we talk about the 5S cycle, we have sourcing, right? You are looking at 2 different source modes, okay? So you got to know what mode you're in. Consolidate, or you're in acquire mode. You're in acquire mode when you are out of inventory and you need to be getting more, right? Okay. Sarah, are you enabling right now? You had to. You didn't have what estate sale? I have a garage amount of inventory. So Yoga, if you can't move that reasonably within 2 weeks, the very first thing we need to do is go into consolidate mode, because a lot of times what's happening is the amount of inventory, it isn't just taking up physical space, it's taking up mental and emotional space. And so we got to handle that because it'll free up so much for you to actually be able to go live. Sometimes people are so overwhelmed by the amount of inventory they have that they can't get going, but it makes sense. It makes sense. And by the way, if you have a massive amount of inventory, most likely the reason why is you were building a reselling business. That makes sense. You need a growing inventory, right? So Yova, for you, did you join us in Launchpad? If you joined us in Launchpad, you're going to get a physical journal. Okay. So you will be getting a physical journal. Once those are done and we're doing the finishing out the full design, those will be printed and sent out to you. Everyone who's a part of Launchpad right now, Launchpad 2.0, you're going to get the physical journal. I'll even extend that out to people who are in Launchpad 1. I want to make sure that like anytime any of you invest into your business through using like Live Seller Pro, that you guys get so much value out of it that it turns into a return for your business, right? It produces a return, and that way you're like, oh, okay, well, I should continue to invest into this, right? So you're in consolidate mode, okay? So if you're in consolidate mode, I'll tell you exactly the things that we start talking about, all right? I'm going to pull this up. I'll just start talking a little bit about what's inside of this, all right? Yeah, you get, oh yeah, Nini, you get the hard copy. That's our first physical run of the hard copy. But Nini, you're also signing up for a focus group as well, just so you know. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up. All right, I gotta go to, um, here we go. All right, I'm going off of the outline. Okay. You do a source mode declaration. You're going to be like, am I in acquire mode? Am I in acquire mode or am I in consolidate mode? What is it? If you cannot reasonably sell all of your inventory, all of it within a 2-week time span, right? By going live and selling it, then you are in consolidate mode. We need to handle that first. For those of you that are like, I'm sitting on like, I don't know if I could do it in 2 years. Number one, I bet you can. Number two is we need to have a strategy or a plan to go after it. How many of y'all are sitting? How many of you would know right away that you are in consolidate mode? You can't sell all of your inventory reasonably on whatnot within the next 2 weeks. Okay, cool. Let's talk about it. All right. Now, there will, I'm not gonna, I was gonna give you guys some like little caveat, but I'm not gonna do caveats. We need to be like really sure. Okay, so you're gonna be in consolidate mode. So in the journal, you're gonna go through and be like, okay, I'm in consolidate mode. All right. So then you're gonna go to the consolidate mode section. This is so you don't even need to worry about the acquire section. All right. And you need to get an inventory reality. Okay. You need to have a reality of what you're actually dealing with. Okay. Categories and counts is where we're gonna start. Okay. We also just want to jot down like what type of space are we using. The reason why I want to talk about space, like roughly like how much space we're using or where it is because I want you to be able to see the progress you're making in your business. So at the end of the 4 weeks, you look back and you're like, I have taken like a good chunk of this. I have handled this, right? The gain, you have to understand the gain, right? And we want to get a really good idea of oldest inventory. A lot of times what happens is we get stuck with believing there's this thing that's called the sunk cost fallacy. It means that because I bought this stuff years ago, that somehow I need to get my money back out of this thing. And we're making decisions around inventory and around what we're doing in our business to get something back. And just so you know, that's why when we talk about the yes stack and why people like why the bidding velocity works, people will do more to not lose than they will to gain. That's just psychology. Okay. They've done studies on this, countless studies. People will do more to not lose something than they will to gain something, right? Okay. So that means that we are naturally, yeah. Do I need to count? You're just going to start counting. Yeah, it's in the thousands. Linda, we're going to start just taking a chunk out because if it's overwhelming, and part of this is us going in and, okay, for those of you that are sitting on like thousands of pieces of inventory, number one, it's not your fault. You're most likely building a business in reselling, and that makes sense that you'd have massive amounts of inventory. Okay. So good job for doing that. It doesn't work the same way in live sales. You don't need a growing inventory. You're going to end up selling up all your stuff. That's how good you're going to get at this. Number two, if you have that, it's now like, we got to approach it like, hey, this thing is now taken over like this space, both physically and mentally and emotionally. Okay. So I guess not both, but in all physically, mentally, and emotionally. So what we're going to do, yeah, don't be ashamed by that. That totally makes sense. Of course you have that. That's what reselling is. That's what reselling is, y'all. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Why? Because you're holding inventory for places like eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy, right? Facebook Marketplace. You are the storage for it. This ain't Amazon FBA. You're not sending it to an eBay warehouse. No, you are storage for eBay. What a brilliant business model for them. Okay. Okay, I've got categories, but no number of items. Okay. If you are overwhelmed by the amount of items, all we're going to do is we are not going to go into, for a moment, I'm going to just say, for a moment, your inventory might be the number one enemy in your business. If you are dealing with thousands, okay? So what we need to do is we're not going to go into enemy territory and try to fight the enemy, you versus 1,000 different people, right? 1,000 different items, I should say, right? If every one of your items is a little soldier in there, right? Then what we need to do is we need to set up a camp outside of it. So for those of you that are sitting on like storage units, closets, full bedrooms, garages, sheds, whatever it is, like containers, like whatever you're doing, what you've been fighting a good fight. You're going to go set up a little space. That's going to be your camp. And you're going to go kidnap some of those enemy soldiers and you're going to bring them over into your camp and you're going to interrogate them. What are you doing here? Why are you here? And you're going to, right? That's what you need to do. We're going to create a war plan and you're not going to go try to fight them front lines. You're going to go kidnap them And then you're going to bring them back to a safe space. And now you're going to look at them and be like, what are you doing here? You're going to interrogate them. Okay. And you're going to go through and you're going to be like, is this a core piece from what I'm doing? Yep. Saddle up. Cavalry's coming. You're going to look at it as being like a core piece, meaning like this is something I'm going to set aside as like a core piece for like my what we call a chef show. Okay. Or you're going to look at a cash piece of being like, this could be, if it's cash, a cash piece, what is it? It's a test. I don't know. I'm going to run this thing at a buck. I'm going to see what information I get out of it. But I'm using this as a way, as like purely like data. Because you guys will come across stuff, be like, this is good and I feel good about this, right? And you're going to set that aside. Then you're going to pick up another one and be like, I don't know if it's like good to go into like my highest standard show possible, but I feel like I don't know. So that's going to go in a cash pile. You're going to have another pile called chaos. Your chaos is, that's got to go. Okay. Chaos is you are either going to be donating it, you're going to put it into a lot, or you're going to sell it. And most likely, I'm not going to have you do a whole lot of bundling stuff. Because honestly, I'm not focused. What we're not focusing on is recouping all the costs. We're going to do like we need to we are building a business. We're not trying to go back and justify everything we've ever done before. Okay. You don't need to do this thing where you're like, I have to win off of everything. Otherwise, it was a bad purchase. It might have been a bad purchase, but that's not because of you. That's a systems failure. That's a systems failure, not a person failure. So don't take it personally. Here's the thing, y'all. For those of you, let's do a little bit of like identity here. In reselling, when you're selling on eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy, your business is product. Your business is product. Therefore, you take it personally that your inventory, because it is product based, because it's a search engine, because of that, you're like, my business is this. And because of that, you entered into an emotionally abusive relationship with your product, your inventory, and you're now every time you see it, it's like this, like you've made the wrong decision to move in with this boyfriend who doesn't have a job, hasn't been bringing money in, has taken over the house, and every time you see it, you're like, you're nothing without me. You're nothing without me, right? How many of you, your inventory is like, you can't get rid of me. What else? You can't find anything as good as me. What? What are you talking about? No. So you come to the support group and foundations, and we help you work through. Be like, no, that's that your inventory is a dirt bag. What are you talking about? You're nothing without me. That makes sense if you're coming from a reselling mindset because your business is product and you did need a growing inventory, right? Yeah, you just release it. So you go break up. So anything that goes into your chaos pile, now some of your stuff's good. You have good stuff, but not all of it. But if you pick it up and you're like, this, but I can fix them. But I can fix them. But he loves me. But it loves me. You don't understand. You don't understand. But I can fix them. That's so good. That's so funny. Yeah, so you got to just go in and be like, no, you're not going to fix it. It's not for you, right? I thrive in chaos. And he's saying I thrive in chaos. What we need to do is go in and have a real conversation, and you can break up with it in the most loving way and just be like, it's not you, it's me. I just feel like I'm going in a different direction now. I mean, this work, it was beautiful. The times that we spent together, it was wonderful. I loved some of my reselling friends. I loved like having you with me. We had a lot of good times. But I remember when I first met you at that thrift store and I brought you home, but I'm going a different direction. And I feel like I'm just going to hold you back. And so you got to move out and you're going to find somebody who's far better for you than me. All right. And then you break up, you're going to break up with them and you're going to send them on their way and you're going to go get a 20% off discount coupon at the Goodwill and you're going to put them back out into the dating market and somebody else, honestly, some of your stuff, somebody else, it's perfect for them. It's perfect for them. Okay. You don't need to fix them. You don't need to over explain yourself. You're going a different direction and you will be better for it. Okay. I loved having you take over my entire house. I loved it how you'd always tell me that I was nothing without you. And for a while, I believed that. But Denise, hey, don't, okay? Don't, all right? I haven't had a breakup speech in a very long time, Denise, okay? Been happily in a relationship for the last 11 years. And now I'm madly in love with my wife, okay? Denise, help me. Denise, help me through stuff. How do I do this? We're madly in love with her too. That's awesome. Um, so, um, then what you're going to do is we're going to then track the items reduced. So for those of you that have way more inventory than you know what to do with, no problem. Yeah, I mean our wife. You mean our wife? So what do we do? We don't need to go count every piece. If it is in the thousands, it is not a good use of your time to go do an audit inventory of thousands of pieces. And it's not going to be good for you mentally and emotionally to go do that either. That is not what we're here for. What you would just do is be like, more than I can take in one time. Go set up your camp. All right, you're going to set up your camp. You're going to go in with like a bin or whatever it is. You're going to kidnap some of those soldiers and then you're going to bring them back. I know I keep going from like relationships to like now we're in an army like battle situation, but you need to go put them into a bin, come back to your space. You're going to put on masterclass or go watch my wife's show or anybody else, and you're going to be watching whatnot, and you're going to be looking through your stuff being like cash, core, or chaos, and you're just going to put them into those categories. And then what you're going to do is then go back in and grab more. And then, but you are going to go through and be like, how many items reduced or how many did you take care of, right? How many of those did you pull out of there? Okay. Love is a battlefield. Good. Thanks for tying those two analogies together, Denise. I've missed you. Wait, what was the core again? Core is like, this is good. This is going into like this is a my highest standards of what I've got. Okay. And you're gonna know, right? So, Amy, that tapestry jacket, I was watching your show while I was doing masterclass, and at one point I saw that tapestry jacket that you had. You picked that up and you're like, this is a core, baby, right? You have a tapestry jacket, that's core. That's going in core. Cash is gonna be your cash pile is gonna be like, that jacket was insane. Went for like 39 bucks. That was beautiful. Um, by the way, I wouldn't have known about any of that except for Jen had a tapestry jacket she brought in and it was like the lining and everything was awesome. I'm like, this thing is cool, right? You put that thing on, you're like, I'm pretty sure I'm bulletproof right now. Punch me, punch me. Didn't feel anything. Yeah, that jacket was insane. Yeah, I mean, I was watching as much as I could. And you are handling things like a pro. Denise, go follow Amy Zlatas, okay? Um, yeah. Okay, and so you're going, and then chaos is where you're like, this needs to go. All right. She does shows every Wednesday, at 3 p.m. Central Time. Okay, so 2 p.m. our time. Call out the new Launchpad members. Who's part of Launchpad right now for this next round of Launchpad 3.0. I don't know what we're gonna call it. I don't want to keep adding on like 3.0, 4.0. We got Natasha up in there. We got Amy. We got Edith. We got Nini. We got Sarah up in there. This one's gonna be good. Core, cash, and chaos. Yeah, chaos. And your chaos stuff is that's your emotionally abusive stuff. That's the stuff that is like, that the thing is if I go through and I'm like, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take pictures of this. I want you to put in the measurements for it. And I want you to then have a story or a way that you're going to present this really short, nothing crazy. You're not doing like a 5-minute presentation, but use like storytelling. Alexa, next. And then, but if you are picking up one of those pieces and I'm like, I want you to photograph this, I want you to measure it, I want you to write a title for this, and you're going to put it in a show and sequence it, and you're like, this ain't worth it, that's chaos. It needs to go. Okay. All right. I'm bugging. No, Taylor, you don't have to bug. You're never bugging me. Sorry if I'm bugging you. I just don't want it to get lost in the chat. How do we feel about closet cleanout shows to diminish the overall quality? It can, because the language that we use, people will associate it with that. And so if it is like a cash play, meaning your cash play would be like, this is stuff that I'm not fully sure of, and it's more like closet cleanout. Number one, if I went through and I was like, all of your stuff in your closet clear out, would you go through and take the time for you to actually just photograph it, measure it, write a quick description, put it up and give a little story? And if you're like, I wouldn't, it's not worth that, it's probably not worth your time. And I would just put that into like a donation type thing. However, I'm in the process of building something out within community Okay. And I don't know if I'm going to roll it out to foundations yet, but I'm thinking of doing something that is going to be like an inventory rebalancing section so people can be like, I'm sitting on this. Because some of your stuff is good, it's just not good for your business. But it might be perfect. Like my wife might look at it and be like, that is freaking phenomenal for me. What can we do? Whether it's like some sort of like a trade or you want to do, I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not coming into any deals. I'm not doing any negotiating. Live Seller Pro is not responsible for any of the stuff. I'm not doing any of the payment stuff. I'm not doing shipping. I'm not a mediator, but that's why I'm like trying to figure out how to do it. But it'd be like an inventory rebalancing within the community. I might only put that out to Launchpad at first, even though that's a smaller portion, and make sure that it works before releasing it to like well over 100 people. So that because you might be sitting on inventory that is not for you, but is perfect for somebody else. And then that way you can free up cash in order to do it. You probably would run it just through Whatnot, set it up, do the shipping, ship that thing out. You get the cash for whatever it is, right? You would probably set it up so that you would do like a FaceTime, be like, show me the inventory, call out flaws, all the stuff, and be like, yeah, I will. How about we do this? You would do the deal with them. We are not responsible for it at all. No mediation. You don't get to be like, coach, is this fair? No, I don't know. I'm not looking at it. Okay, but I do want it because I see that we have people who are like, I'm sitting on a bunch of inventory and my stuff's good. It's just not the core of what I'm doing. And it's not going to be a cash play for me. But maybe that chaos piece, you're like, it's chaos for me because I'm not even going into this category. Right. So, but somebody else is like, right here. Right. Let me take a look at that. It might be perfect for them. That way you can take big chunks out of the inventory. You're just doing an inventory rebalance. I wasn't even going to call it like BTS or buy, trade, sell or whatever. Right. I want it, or BST, buy, sell, trade. It's going to be more like I don't want. Here's what I don't want. Before I roll it out, I'm running through and being like, here's what I don't want. I'm not mediating any of it. Number two is I don't want it to be a primary thing that people are using as a cash driver in their business. Okay, if you're sitting on a bunch of inventory, I want to help you to alleviate so you can get the space and start crushing it in live sales. What I don't want is you're like, oh, this is how I'm going to start running a part of my business. It's not an income play. It's not an addition to your business of what you're going to do. We're not using the community as a way to go find more inventory and then off sell. Like, that's not what we're doing. Okay, we're not setting up this little like inventory broker thing. I'm not interested because it deviates from the thing that we are teaching. Does that make sense, y'all? So I'm figuring out like the rules and the policies of how to do it and just making sure. Yeah. Okay. And then, but I want you to, also at the beginning, I want you to track, like, so for example, you're in consolidate mode. One of the things is mental clarity, right? So at the beginning of it, I want you to be like, I am overwhelmed by that's a 1 out of 10 on mental clarity. I'm fully overwhelmed. I can't even open up the door to this thing because I don't know how to handle it. I want you to see like this is on a weekly basis that you're in consolidate mode. You're now handling your inventory, and then you are gaining back that mental clarity. Okay, I want you to see the win so that every time you go in, it's a gain. You're constantly gaining even if you're not even running the shows yet, you're just handling this inventory. You start getting that momentum. And as soon as you got that momentum, that confidence, that action that breeds confidence is going to start increasing. And you're like, let's go. I'm taking back space in my home. I'm taking back space in my mind, and I'm taking back space like emotionally. Okay. All right. So that is what we're going to do. And then you're going to have a consolidation rule written out as well. Okay. And this is you making an agreement with you. Okay. At the end of that week, let me go to the end. We have this thing that's called Ops 5. All right. Ops 5 is binary. Okay. Number 2 of Ops 5 is at the end of the week, because this is on a weekly basis. Okay. The journal is 4 weeks. Each week has a beginning and an end to it, and then the whole journal, the 4 weeks, has a beginning and an end to it. Okay, so then when you go back on Ops 5 that you're doing at the end of the week, after you've done what we call wired to win, you go through and you say number 2, binary, source mode followed honestly, and that's where you're going to go in and say yes or no. Okay, I don't care about, it's just a yes or a no. If you're in consolidate mode at the beginning of the week and you go do your Ops 5 and you're like, well, I did do this thing, right? I did end up I don't know how I ended up in a local thrift store and then I purchased some things. The answer is no, you didn't stick to your consolidate mode, honestly. Okay. But that is not in a place for you. That is not in, I'm not doing that in a place that you go into shame or guilt. We just want to track the behavior because it is in the awareness of the unconscious behaviors that we're doing that we can see it consciously. And that is the win, which the behavior won't change because it's been unconscious. The first time that you do it consciously, you will be doing the behavior that you're like, oh, I didn't want to do this thing. That's the win when you become aware of it. Now you can change, be like, this is the thing that I'm not supposed to do. So Ops 5 is not designed for like shame and guilt and be like, how dare you? It's to bring unconscious behavior into a conscious light. And then when you go through and be like, oh no, I didn't follow it honestly, then you're like, dang, I only got like 4 out of 5 of my Ops 5 this week. And so, but the next time that you're like, ooh, look at this, what kind of deal they got going on? You find yourself pulling into a Savers parking lot or whatever it is, and you're like, uh-oh, Ops 5. I'm going for 5 for 5 this week on Ops 5. I got to stick with consolidate mode. Okay. Okay. I only have one caveat, and I'm not going to tell you here until you're actually doing this. All right. For those of you that are building in your core shows or your highest standard shows, there's only one caveat to you sticking to it, but I'm not going to cover it here because I'll end up enabling you. Okay, so that's just a portion of the journal. Okay, that's where you're going through and being like, okay, I'm going to consolidate. If you're in acquire mode, it's a completely different thing, right? It's completely different, and you're tracking everything as you go. Okay, that's why we're doing a physical journal. Okay, you can do this digitally, absolutely. But physical, there's something different when you write stuff down. Okay. All right. For those of you, I knew the Armani jacket was worthy. Yeah. There will be very rarely will there be times that you're like, now, some of y'all, we're gonna have a real conversation because we're already in that mode. Some of y'all are sourcing off of whatnot, but justifying it with your business. But we're gonna go through and you're gonna keep track of it. Like when you do it, this isn't a random thing. You're going to write down, right? You're gonna write it down. You're gonna beware. Stephen reads all private messages. You're gonna write down what you're doing, okay? So that means when you source off a whatnot, this is Jen now. When you write it down, you will know that you are sourcing off of whatnot, okay? Because you can absolutely source off of whatnot, but you have to write it down, and you're going to be putting it into the tracker. So when you go through and you're like, I bought one item for $25, right? That your CPI is going to go up. So you're going to be tracking your CPI. Your cost per item, if you go in and you buy something, you're like, oh, I bought it for 25, I'm going to sell it for 40, right? You're going to see, dang, my CPI went way up because I bought that thing, and I'm trying to justify it by thinking in my mind, I'm going to go resell that thing. But that's where it's when we start using trackers and start looking at it, that's when things become real. When you go look at the scoreboard and you're like, dang, why is my CPI so high? It's like, oh, I've been sourcing on whatnot. But you have to track it in the tracker to be like, I'm sourcing on whatnot. And I got caught up in some bidding velocity. That's not bad. It's only when it remains unconscious and we're not willing to look at it. It'll be a different thing when you start looking at your CPI and you're like, dang, why is my CPI at $11? And you're like, well, you went a little crazy that one night on whatnot. You're like, dang, my CPI, my cost per item went from like 513 to like $11.45. And then you go back through and you're like, ooh, I don't want to do that, because then it'll update your profit and you'll go through and be like, what? Look at my revenue. Here's top line. Here's my bottom line, right? Right? Yes, I've been inventorying my whatnot sales past 2 years. It's a scary book. But the thing that's cool about it is it's scary the first time, but that conscious awareness of it will change the behavior, because you will want the scoreboard to be like, I'm profitable. I know that I'm profitable. I'm tracking this stuff, right? So the purchases, man. Okay. Yeah. Totally. I totally knew what you were talking about too, Carla. So yeah, the purchases, you'll be tracking your purchases. That means you'll go into the tracker that you all have available right now if you're in Launchpad. Um, and this one, let me pull it up. Okay. All right. So this is This is telling you right here, it'll tell you your total profit, okay? Right here. Well, when you go to your expenses and you went crazy on Whatnot in one show one night, you're going to put it in and be like vendor, supplier. You could even put on the Whatnot handle of where you purchased that from, okay? You're going to put in the total cost that you spent in that show, including the shipping, and then you're going to put in how many items you got, which will tell you your cost per item. Then it's going to update automatically down here, and you're going to see your CPI. When you hit enter, you'll see this CPI go up, because most likely, unless you're in like unless you're picking up some really good deals, right? Which is totally, you can absolutely source on Whatnot. Absolutely. We just want to look at it. And then when you go back to your analytics, you'll see what your profit is. Okay. Because it'll automatically update, be like, oh, shoot, I'm not in profit right now. Right. And so then when you go do your show, then you'll see what actually happened. Because some people are like, they just love the game. But if I looked at their top line and I looked at their bottom line, they are making the revenue, but their bottom line, they don't have any profit, right? Top line being like gross revenue, bottom line being like that's your net profit, right? After everything's taken out, after like the tape and the packing and what's up? So good to see you. Y'all go follow Custom Wood Burning, please. Um, her name's Tamika, and she is awesome. And she does stuff, seller support stuff for people that are in handmade. So if you guys are doing handmade stuff, please go follow Custom Wood Burning. Okay. And if you're not, go follow her as well. Okay. So this is going to allow you, this is the scoreboard. If we are afraid of the scoreboard, most likely we have unconscious behavior that we are aware of that we know is not benefiting our business. Okay. I want you to know something though. Okay. Let me get a drink of water out of my pink little water bottle here. I want you to know something. For those of you that love the treasure hunt, and that's why you're worried about looking at the scoreboard, by you tracking this, you don't even know how good you can get at being a treasure hunter. Okay. Treasure hunting is not just the hunt of it, but there's a skill of it. There's an actual skill that you can improve upon. And one of the big things about that is being able to treasure hunt stuff that you know is going to be good. Where that's the type of stuff I want, where you are. That's when we talk about this. When we talk about you do, let's say you're doing a $1 start, and here are your items. I'm gonna space these out. I was thinking about this. Okay. So here's 7 items. So obviously, like if you were to do 50 items, this thing would be 7 times longer. And you're gonna go through, and if I circle it, it means it's sold for $1, right? This one sold for $1. You'll look, this one sold for 2. This one sold for 7, right? This one sold for 3. This one sold for $1. And let's say this one didn't sell. Okay. So you're gonna look at your data and you'll be like, why did this one? Obviously, you're going to track this out. If you do a 50-item show, it's going to be this whole thing. When I talk about sourcing, what I'm talking about is getting good at being like, why did this not sell? And there's 3 reasons why it didn't sell. It's either people, meaning you didn't have enough people, or the right people. So I'm going to say not enough, or the right people. It's your presentation. Alexa, next. Your presentation. Alexa, shuffle songs by 21 Pilots. Your presentation, which would be storytelling. I'm just gonna blanket it with storytelling. There's a lot more that goes in than just storytelling, right? Or we got to be honest and be like, product. Is it good? Like on a scale of like 1 to 10, how would you rate this thing? If you have like 20 plus people in your show and it's not selling at all, right? It's either it's the wrong show to put it in and it's not the people that are in there, or the sizing or something like that, right? Which would be a product thing, right? It's not the right people, but this one probably isn't it. Once you've been doing this for long enough, it's most likely either presentation. And if you're following your thing and you're doing what you need to do as far as improving your skill set of live sales, this will get better and better. But then we have to be honest and we've got to say product. And then what we're going to do is this right here, something that is a 5 out of 10 for you right now, or even a 7 out of 10 for you right now in your business, could later be a 1 out of 10 for you. Because what I mean by that is something that, let's say that this thing right here at $7, that's awesome. You're going to look at that because that's going to be an outlier. It's going to be in the top 10% of all your sales. Let's say this $3 one here that you sold, let's say that you were even in profit with this. Let's say you made a buck off of it. That's not what we're going for. We're eventually going to drop these ones out as well as these ones, even if we're in profit. Even if you're like, but I made like $2 off of it. No, what we want to do is continually raise our ability that everything that we're showing is potent. We want to reach potency. Okay. So we're going to look at this right now. Your bottom might be, if it doesn't sell for a buck, that's the bottom. It's got to go. It goes into the chaos pile and it's got to move. And it might be like your $2 to $3 ones. Now that's your bottom, right? And your top is like $7 to $8. Well, after a couple of shows, you'll start looking and everything's selling for a buck. So you start dropping out your $1 ones, right? And now $2 to $3 is your bottom, which I said before. And then your top is like $10 to $12, right? And then the next time around, you start dropping out the $2 to $3 on the bottom, but your items are going for like $12 to $15, and so on and so forth, to the point that at one point you'll be running stuff at a buck, and if it's $10 or under, you're going to look at that and be like, why did that item not go for over $10? Was it my presentation? Was it the product itself? Or did I not have enough people? And most likely when you get to that point, it will only be these two that you're looking for. Okay. And you're going to continue to move up market. Does that make sense? You guys, I'll follow that. You can, Linda, if you want, but we have to be really honest about this. We have to say, is this a sunk cost that I'm trying to recoup what I spent on this? And that requires you have a limited amount of resources. You have a limited amount of energy that you can allocate towards your business. We have to be really honest about the inventory. And if we spend like 10 hours trying to recoup the cost of something instead of just being like, look, I've got to, right? This is where we've got to be like honest about it, because I feel like sometimes people get so caught up in like I have thousands of items and they want to take and be like, how do I make sure that I recoup this? But instead of trying to recoup it, that's not what we're going for. We're not trying to recoup the money that we spent, because a lot of times it's stuff that we spent a while ago. We have to remember this, guys. We have to remember this. This is so important. And Linda, I appreciate you bringing this up. Okay. Okay, first of all, you need to know this. Money, what we know to be money, is not the same as currency. Okay? Money and currency are not the same thing. Currency is the dollar. It's not money. The dollar is not money. Money has 7 characteristics to it. The dollar does not fulfill on all of those. Okay? Yeah, I think you can do tax deductible stuff, right? Write it off as a loss. Talk to your accountant about that. But we need to have a really clear understanding. The dollar that we're putting all this work into to gain is not money. The reason why it's not money is money, it holds value. The dollar does not hold value. It literally becomes worth less every day. So that means that if you spent $10 on a piece, that's your CPI on a piece 10 years ago, that doesn't mean anything. $10 a year ago isn't even the same. Okay? If you had $100,000 in your account in the year 2000, and then you look and you still had $100,000 in your account in 2025, the number looks the same, but that's not the same. The purchasing power is way different now. Okay. So we have to keep that in mind. Okay. Also, Currency is replenishable. Replenishes. Replenish. All right? It replenishes. Sorry, that was going to drive me crazy. I got to fix it. Replenishes. Okay? This will replenish. You can go get more of this. This right here is not worth as much as we think it is. It's truly not. Okay? The other thing is as well, inventory. We are so tied to this as resellers. This also replenishes as well. There's so much inventory out there. Inventory is not our business. This is not equal. Just because we have inventory does not mean we have a business. Okay? Sometimes our inventory is an asset or it's a liability. And sometimes what we're trying to do, so an asset puts money in your pocket. A liability takes money out of your pocket. A liability can also be taken money, or it can be taken energy from you as well. Okay? And so we need to be really honest about whether our inventory, if it's worth the time to go through and go through and do it. We donated so much stuff when we moved over into live sales because of this very thing of being like, it's a liability. We're not trying to extract as much money as we can out of inventory that we know is a liability, because inventory replenishes, money or currency replenishes. Time, life force does not replenish. This is the thing that we need to focus on above everything else. Okay? Go to if you go to the messages, baby, if you go to messages, I send it to myself. Go through and look through that. There might be some things that I'm going to be changing in it, but if we just get like a general outline of it, will be like huge. Okay. This right here, this is the thing that we need to protect over everything else. This. So that's why we go through and do this that's why we journal this, to say, hey, are we trying to get back $10 we spent? Because a lot of times what we're doing is we might have spent $1,000 on something like 5 years ago. And somehow in our minds, we think that something's wrong with us if we just take that as a loss. And there's nothing wrong with us taking a loss on something in business. It happens in business. Okay? So we have to be honest about the money that we put into it. Does not mean that just because we put money into it that we need to get it back out. Because it might be more useful to allocate our time and our life force into just getting rid of it. Just getting rid of it. Not trying to bulk lot things and go through everything and make sure that I get all of it out. Because you could take that same amount of time and you could exponentially grow your business, or you could spend the next 6 months trying to go through and get the money back out of it. But money replenishes. This thing gets printed off every day, right? Your inventory will replenish. Some of us in reselling felt really good about looking at thousands of items. It felt really good because we believed that our business was our inventory, because in reselling, that is true. In live selling, that is not true. That is not true. And so what we need to do is that's why we have to go through all of our inventory. And if it falls into the chaos, this is where I'm like, okay, for you, your chaos pieces, the stuff, your inventory that is like chaos for you, that you're not gonna be able to turn into an actual cash. And when I say that, like, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for cash flow, and I'm looking for data more than anything. I have no interest in any of you spending time getting data that you already know. What I mean by that is, if you are sitting on stuff where you're going to bulk lot this stuff and get rid of it in bulk, most likely you already have the data. This wasn't a good purchase. It doesn't do anything to move my business forward. And that is the data that we need. However, some of you might be sitting on some stuff that you're like, no, I could turn it into some cash flow, and I already know that it's not. but I don't want us to spend a ton of time trying to offload all of this inventory when you could be like, I'm just going to donate it. And if you're like, I could lose $500, I'm like, when did you spend that $500? You're like, I bought this stuff for $500 in 2016. That $500 is gone. We are not going to spend our life force and our time, the unreplenishable resource of time, to go try to get $500, which is not worth $500 today. It's literally 10 years of, if you spent something pre-COVID, you spent $500 pre-COVID on something and you're sitting on that inventory, and therefore you in your mind are like, I need to get my $500 out. Just so you know, that $500 pre-COVID, they printed off 40% of all the money in existence right now, 40%, which is probably way higher by now. 40% of money in existence, or excuse me, currency in existence, was printed off in 2020 and 2021 and then beyond. They kept doing it. So if you go look at the M money supply, it looks like this. And it's like 2020. That just lets you know this thing, if it hockey sticks up like this, that means that this dollar is worth 60 cents of what it was 6 years ago. Probably less than that. But we're making decisions off of this, trying to get back the 60 cents. It's not even worth that. That would mean that your $500 is worth what, $300 now? Probably less than that. In inventory, which inventory also replenishes. Time and life force does not. Why? Every day that goes by, I have less time that I'm going to be on the planet for. I am one day closer to death. Sorry to be morbid, but it's true. So we got to look at it like that. We need to be ruthless with what we're doing. Why? It's your life. We're not talking about inventory and like currency. Those things replenish. Your life is far more valuable. Guess what else? This inventory and this money, you want to know what's more valuable than this? Customer lifetime value. There's not a single transaction that you're going to make that is going to be worth more than a customer who's going to come back to you, or your homie who's going to come back to you and spend money with you again and again. So the relationship, the customer lifetime value, the relationship that produces this level of currency is worth way more. Yeah, a homie is worth way more than your inventory or your currency. I know I'm going a little hard on this, but I need to bring it up because I got to drive the point home. Because we're spending too much time worrying about thousands of items that we haven't even seen in years. We haven't even seen this stuff. It's like opening up a storage unit. It's like, phew, all the dust, and we're going through stuff, and we're like, what? And it's taking our life force. So I honestly, there are two buckets of people that are moving into live selling, of live sellers that I see. They're either in acquire mode, meaning like I sell all my stuff, I need to find more inventory, or they're in consolidate mode, and the consolidation mode is literally taking days off of their life because they won't go through and do this. We have to be ruthless with this because it's taking our life. That's how serious some of this is. Like where we're not going live for months upon months upon months because we have so much inventory and we're trying to figure out what to do with it. Some of that stuff, if it is not worth it, right? Some of the stuff could totally be worth it. But that's why we got to go attack this stuff. Set up your space, make sure it's outside of where your inventory lies. Go in there and capture part of the inventory, bring it over here, and then we have to have an honest conversation. We got to interrogate it. What are you doing here? Why are you here? And if they're not willing to move over into our side, we don't keep prisoners. All right? There's no prisoners. We're not running there's no prisoners of war camp. We're not doing a camp to store this stuff. We got to move it. Okay? All right, you guys doing okay? I know this was pretty intense. No shame, no guilt. Okay? What about out of season? I have a lot of summer stuff. Yeah, shoot, Natasha, we'll be in summer like that. That type of stuff, you guys can set out your shows. I'm totally good with that. My main thing is I don't want us playing small with this because the opportunity itself is going to grow really quickly. My main thing is like, and Natasha, you're going to be in business in summer's going to be here like this, y'all. It's already February practically, right? what's the date? The 29th. It's February, which is practically March, which is practically June. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you could even start prepping for that stuff, especially if they're core pieces. If you're like, this is gonna be a bomb summer show, right? You can start doing that now. Okay. What the main thing is just going in. Y'all, what I really want is for you guys to take action on this stuff, and I want you to see what happens. That's why I say, like, mental clarity, emotional clarity. Where are you at on a scale of 1 to 10? You guys ever like cleared out something, like even like a junk drawer, and like you clear it out and you clean it all up, and like you feel lighter, where you're like, dang, I'm feeling good right now. That's what I want for y'all. But some of y'all are the enemy is so big, the army is so big that you're facing. You just gotta. We have to have a strategy of being able to go do that. My main thing is for you to start getting that momentum. We're not sitting there worrying about stuff. We're not gonna worry about. We're building something. We're building something big. Okay. Yeah. Nice. I love it. Natasha's on it. I've been selling swimwear the past 2 weeks. Like what? Totally. Totally. Yeah, sending it on to its people. Exactly, Yoga. And the main thing is to like free that up. And then the other thing is as well is you're gonna have to do that because at one point, if you're working with us, at one point, I'm like, hey, why are we still selling all these items? You're selling stuff at like 30, $40 over here, but you're still picking up stuff and selling for like $3 to $4 over here. Yeah, but I'm making a profit off of it. I don't care. It's not about making the profit. It's about elevating everything that we're doing over time, becoming more potent. So what will happen is a lot of times we will be selling stuff for a profit, not knowing that it's literally bringing down the value of all of our other items because it's diluting the potency of our inventory. Make sense? In reselling, that made sense. You would hold on to your high value items. You would wait 6 months to sell this jacket for $400 or whatever it is, right? You'd have your bread and butter stuff, and then you'd have your little things that you knew that you could sell for like quickly just to keep like cash flow coming in. That makes sense in reselling. That does not make sense in live selling because we're not holding on to inventory. We're not building massive, we don't need to go get a 14,000 square foot warehouse in order to store all of our inventory. We don't need to do that. I want you guys to be so good that brands will hit you up and companies will hit you up and be like, "Hey, we have a bunch of this stuff and we think it'd be perfect for your audience." And you're like, "Cool. I don't have the space to store that. You send it to me. Maybe we'll even do like a drop shipping thing where you fulfill the orders." That's where this is going. That's where live sales is. Reselling was about building warehouses and getting a big team and doing all that stuff. That's not the game that we're playing here at LSP. If you're looking to do like warehouse and doing pallet pulls and doing all that stuff, go for it. Absolutely do that. Okay. I think there's you can learn a lot from doing it. I just don't think as the app progresses, I'm talking about something that I think is I need to like clarify. I think that the sophistication of the seller will go to the point that people will go watch shows, not just trying to get deals as somebody pulls it out of a big cardboard box and unwraps it and be like, I got 8 of these things starting now, let's go. I don't think those shows are going to have the same appeal in 2 to 3 years from now. I just don't. I think what will happen is people will go to shows of sophisticated sellers who are incredibly good at being able to build the value of things and being able to do storytelling. And they're going to be like, they're going to be sophisticated sellers. The whole show is designed that way. Yeah, we're setting the foundation now for a much bigger future. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. So if you want to play the volume game, go play the volume game. The thing is that's hard about the volume game is you could pick up pallets of stuff. I'll give you an example. There's a house right over here. Okay, there's a house right over here. Their garage is filled with stuff. They bought a bunch of pallet stuff and they're trying to resell it. They've got racks in that garage. And I walked over there and I'm like, hey, I see you guys. See you guys are like, you guys have got a bunch of racks, you're selling stuff. And the guy's like, yeah, my wife and we got some pallets. And I was like, right on. Are you guys selling that live? And they're like, no, we just sell it like on Facebook Marketplace and stuff. Oh, that sounds miserable. Um, if you want, I'd be happy to look at what you got. We do live sales. We've sold 35,000 items. And we can help you in like assessing this and maybe helping you to move it and get your money back out of it. Oh yeah, I'll think about that. Okay, bye neighbor. That was months ago. I'm not going to have that conversation with them again. And guess what? All of it's still sitting over there. Why? Because they're trying to do a volume game based off of margin. Meaning I'm willing to take this, but they will take months to do it. But now it's taking over their space. It's in the every time the garage, they don't even park in the garage now. It's filled with clothes on racks. They've hung it up. And every once in a while, I'll see people go over there and they buy a few items. And so it's like this really, and that's the reselling game. That's reselling. We're not resellers. Let me buy this in bulk and then I'll sell it off and make margin off of each transaction. Every item that you sell, every time you make, even if it's a bundled sale, you got to go find new customers. Those customers aren't coming back. Hey, you still got some of that Target stuff you picked up? No, they're not going to do that. They buy it off a Facebook marketplace. You got to be like, hey, come to my house, stranger. Oh, you sent me $800. Just wire you back seven. You got to deal with all the scams and doing all that stuff. I honestly, for you, Nini, for you, just because we have conversations, I wouldn't worry about doing seasonal stuff or doing any of that. I think you just keep doing what you're doing. You just go in, you go kidnap some of those soldiers, bring them back. If you know, like core wise, you're going to put it into core shows in the future and you want to do that, yeah, totally. But you don't need to focus on building any of that stuff. I think the main thing is just getting momentum against the inventory right now and start freeing up space for yourself. That's like the main thing. Honestly, most of the stuff is this like mental emotional thing and then reclaiming the physical space, because once you have that momentum, then we're going to take that momentum and that action, that confidence that you're gaining by retaking over territory in your home and in your mind and in your like emotionally. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put that into a show. And then once you start gaining that momentum, that inventory will be easy, right? Because there'll be a tipping point. At one point, you're like, man, this is a battle. And all of a sudden, you're like, whoop. And all of a sudden, you're like, I am selling out shows. I'm moving inventory. I've got data. Now you're back in acquire mode. And when you go back into acquire mode from consolidating, um, when you go back into that acquire mode, your eye is going to be very refined. So what'll happen is you're like, man, I used to be able to pick up like hundreds, 200 pieces in a day of stuff, but now I can only find like 50 items or 30 items. And it's like, no, the same amount of inventory is out there. That's not the case. It's not that the inventory out there is diminished. It's that you become more sophisticated. So now there's not as much stuff out there, right? Throw HR out the window. Yeah. And when it's time, meaning when it's time, it will make sense for you. And you will be confident in doing so. And the reason when it comes time for you to be like, I'm ready to move into this full time, you'll be confident in doing so. Cool. This is what I want. Y'all, time does not replenish, inventory does replenish. All right. And the value in your inventory, your asset in your life, in your business, is not just your inventory. It's you. It's your skill set. It's your ability to go out and do this. Yeah. That's all we're trying to do. Came in late, quick recap on top that you're talking about. Yeah. A lot of us are dealing with so much inventory because we're resellers. We're moving from being a reseller where we have like massive amounts of inventory, and it's preventing us from actually taking action in our live selling business or for us to get clarity about what we should do. And so reselling and live selling are not the same thing. And so I'm wanting to help people to unlock their personal, the value of their business from their inventory, and realizing that I don't want people to be bogged down by inventory. That's the main thing. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with resellers who are like overwhelmed by the amount of inventory, and it's literally preventing them from going live. And I've sat and I've talked with people, I've co-hosted with people before, and they have everything they need and they have massive amounts of inventory and they can't move on it. Or I'm like, just hey, let me help you go live. Here's how you do your first show. This is what you need to do. Here's your action plan. Go do it. And then they're like, thank you so much. I can't wait to do it. And they're excited. And then we get off of a call. And then I check in a week later and I go see, and there's no show posters up. They haven't done anything. And then I check back like 3 months later, they're not even on the app anymore. And they're still sitting with all that inventory because they're trying to sell it on eBay and Poshmark and Depop. And then they're going out there and getting advice from other resellers and be like, no, you need to do varied start prices and you need to do this. And you got to make your money. You got to get your margin and all that, and be like, it's unfortunate. I don't want that. And live selling is the future. And we're here before the wave has even happened yet. And so I want people to get like prepared for this. Oh my gosh, Stephanie, thank you so much for co-hosting. We watched that back because my wife couldn't watch the whole thing, so she watched that back. Our conversation yesterday. I love it. Like you were like, boom, let's do this. You switched up your studio. You claimed that space back, right? And you're like, you still have all the inventory, but now even in what you're talking about, like now it just seems like I didn't see you prior to it, but you are empowered in your business right now, being like, I got this. I've got this. I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. In 1 week, all of a sudden that momentum, and then Stephanie, this momentum, this is the beginning. This is just the beginning. You're going to be at the same point in a while where you're like, I got the ability to move some items. You're going to be a refined treasure hunter, right? Your husband's going to be like, what are you doing? Because I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. You're like, I'm going to go free my husband. Yeah, I have considered this. I get confused on how someone makes a good income on whatnot. You got to be a live seller. You got to be a live seller. So how do you do live sales? You have to pick whether you're going to be a reseller or you're going to be a live seller, and they're not the same thing. And so, and a lot of resellers will look at people that are doing live sales and they're doing well, and they're like, that's not possible. You got to do it this way or that way. And there's not an understanding of what we're actually doing. We got to understand this so deeply, y'all. Customer lifetime value is more valuable than any single one transaction you will ever have. You got to go get your homies, right, Stephanie? I hear what you're saying. You're like, I don't like to call them buyers. CLV just needs to be greater than customer acquisition cost. Okay. What does it cost for you to acquire a customer? How much is a customer going to spend with you over the course of a lifetime? Right? Yeah, let's go. That's awesome, Stephanie. You're like, look at this, right? It's really cool. But at one point, Stephanie, you're gonna be sitting on you're gonna Stephanie, this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna predict the future. You're gonna go do a show. You'll tell your husband, you're like, see these 50 items? I'm gonna sell them all on this day. And my revenue per item is gonna be like here or above. That's what's gonna happen. You're going to be so confident in your business. Like when my wife puts a show together at this point, when she puts something together from top to bottom, she already knows. There's no question she's going to sell everything. She doesn't know what's going to sell for the most. She doesn't. But what we're seeing is our RPI, or revenue per item, goes up over time, which means that our CAC is going down. Okay, that's why I'm so excited about the tracker that it's going to go down. Customer acquisition cost. Okay. This is where we're thinking like this is where we think like business owners, okay? Resellers are about the flip. You talk to a reseller, they're gonna be like, what's the most you've ever made off of a flip? I don't know. A few $100. I don't know. Yeah, we're flipping stuff. Yeah, we're constantly flipping things. Everything for that is the flip. They're all about the flip, right? We're not out here in the flipping game. We're out there buying up homies. What are homies? Your buyers, people that come back to you again and again. We're buying buyers. That's what we're in the business of doing. So how much does it cost for you to acquire a customer? That's important. What are your costs? Number one is it could be promotion, or it could be your rewards, right? Number two, giveaways. This is on Whatnot, right? Number three, loss leaders. What's a loss leader? I picked up an item. My cost of goods was $5. My revenue was $1. I sold it for $1. So my loss leader in this scenario would be -$4. I know that there's whatnot fees. Okay, I'm aware of that. Minus the 30 cents, minus the 30 cents off of this. So this would be like $4 and like let's call it like 48 cents. What resellers do and say, oh my gosh, I lost money. This is resellers will not do this because they're about their margin. They have to make margin off of everything. So they'll never do this. This doesn't make sense. In business, they'll do a loss leader. But resellers aren't, they're in the business of margin and flipping. They're like flip. I gotta flip my stuff. I gotta flip it. Margin, right? We look at this as customer acquisition cost. Let's say I even ran promo on this, right? And I broke even on my promo, and it cost me $4.48 to get a customer. But my customer lifetime value, how much revenue they will spend with me over the course of a lifetime, let's say it's $60. That's your average. That means somebody comes in and buys something for $1 and they never come back. Somebody else comes in and they spend $300 with you over the next like 3 weeks. Would you spend $4.48 to get a customer to spend $60 with you on average over the course of 4 weeks? That's the question. Is your CLV greater than your customer acquisition cost? And if the answer is yes, congratulations, you're a live seller. If the answer is no, I need to make my margin, you're a reseller, and that's totally fine too. But what we can't do is play two different games. I can't be in the game of acquiring customers and making sure that I get margin on everything. Here's the cool thing about this. When you keep going out there and keep buying up buyers, those buyers will lower your customer acquisition cost over time and your CLV will go up and this will go down, which means that you're making margin that resellers can't even do, or you get to choose. See, the reseller can't choose when they're going to sell their item. A live seller can. My wife can say, I'm going to sell this item between 4 o'clock and 8:30 on Saturday, right? A reseller, I couldn't even choose that I was going to sell. I couldn't even make a sell if I wanted to on eBay. What am I going to do? Call people up? I'm going to run ads? No. What can I do? What can I do? If I'm in, so this is the resell, this is the live sell game, okay? If this is resell, my game is margin. If I'm gonna do margin, my margin and I wanna do volume. Okay, I need to do both margin and volume. Either I gotta do like really high margin stuff and I gotta do high ticket stuff, or I gotta do volume and lower margin, or I can do high volume and high margin. That would be ideal, but it's still reselling. So what is your game? What do you do? What is your thing? Well, I can run promo, meaning I can promote my listing. Okay, so let's say promote listing. Let's say I'm on eBay or Poshmark. I can make offers to watchers or likers. You guys know these terms, right? Likers or watchers, depending on what platform you're on. Or I can lower my price. Or I wait. Or wait. Just wait. So that's how I do it. What's up, Sherry? Good to see you. Thanks for being in here. Does that y'all get this? This is why I understand when I'm talking about this stuff. This is controversial because that resellers can't wrap their heads around this because they will hold so tightly to it. Or they say stuff like, "Well, I can do both." No, how are you going to do both? You can't do both of these. You got to pick which one you're going to do. Now, here's something else. You want to know something else? This is even cooler. This is the thing. The thing that I'm about to tell you is the very thing that I want everyone to experience, because once you experience it, you can never go back. When you understand that you can control, you can influence, not control, but influence your customer acquisition costs to go down by skilling up, by actually learning the skills of live sales. What are the skills of live sales? How do you present it? How do you show the item? How do you set up your visual real estate? increasing the standards of which you present your items and the items themselves, the items that you're picking up, that is where this is going, y'all. It's a skill set. And when you understand, this is the thing that I want to, yeah, go do your thing, Stephanie. I'll be here. I got to go run get groceries. I'm going to leave you all running on my computer. Okay, cool. When you realize that you will be showing an item that you started, it's in auction for $1, and you're talking about the item and you're watching pre-bids go up. Even though people they see the item, they can go look in the store, and then the things that you're saying and how you're presenting it, you start seeing pre-bids go up because you are increasing the perceived market value of the item through your presentation. And as soon as you see that, you cannot unsee it, which means you're like, holy cow, my presence on camera, the way that I present it, the words that I use, all of these things are free, and it's a skill set that I can develop. How do you develop it? You got to see what's working, and you gotta watch your play. You have to have a framework. You have to have strategy. You have to have an understanding of the process of what you're doing, and you can improve upon it over time. Once that happens, your CAC, you could literally just drop loss leaders. You could still be running stuff at $1 and you make money off of every single, you're in profit every single time, and you're making more profit per item as you go. So now your customer acquisition cost goes down and you can invest more into giveaways and you can invest more into promotion and things like that. And you have the data to let you know what to do. That's business, baby. That's business. That's how you scale it up. Not by doing more, not by getting a 1,400 square foot warehouse that you stack to the ceiling, not by doing that, by learning the skill set of getting better and better at doing this and the mindset of doing it. Okay. Y'all, anyone in here filming this? I know that, you know, I know it could be it could be a lot, but I want, and for those of you that are like, I get this, I just don't know. We're in business, baby. I just don't, how do I do that thing? You should join into the foundations community or pick up the playbook, and you have to go through this because if you're a reseller, or even if you're not a reseller, your tendency will be margin and volume. That will be your play. That's like the default play. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the default play for most people in America was get good grades in high school, go to a good college, get a job out of college, and then that was the play, right? Build up your 401k, retire. That's a default play. If you don't have a plan, that is your plan. That is, if you're in live sales or you're doing this, the resale, this is the default plan. Is there one thing in your shop that has all of this? Yeah, Linda, you're part of it. You're part of it. You're part of Launchpad. You should go through the calls. Linda, you have access to all of it, everything that we've got right now. So, and Linda, for the next round of Launchpad, if you decide to stay with us for the next round, number one, Linda, you have this as well. So for you, you have access to this right now. There's a thing that's called Launchpad Dashboards and Number Tracker. You have access to that space. You should go in and download this and start putting in your shows. Yeah, this is available to you. This is your scoreboard right here. Okay. Amy, for you, the dashboard that's coming out is going to have this. That's what I'm excited about. Actual, you're going to take your data from Whatnot and you're going to import it into this. Plus you're going to do this tracker. It's going to be like, imagine this thing has like 2 engines. This is one of them, the one that so get familiar with this one, Amy. And then the next piece, the addition to it, I was so stoked about this. It has this. Why? Because we can look at what our loss leaders are. We can look at what our giveaway spends are. It's all in there. Now it is going to tell you. I'm going to show you this because I got to geek out about this for a second. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, I got to get my loss leader back on the board here. Okay, so when we talk about CAC, all right, the 3 things that I'm looking at right now is loss leader, giveaways. Loss leader is I spent anything that will go. All right, so let me take a step back. We don't go through and calculate every single piece that we pick up by going and doing a full inventory of everything that we pick up. If we're going out, say, for example, if we go out to a thrift store, my wife goes through there and she buys 5 items and she spends $50. When she comes out, she doesn't go through and say, I spent $8 on this one, $3 on this one. She just says, my CPI for this store is $10 per item. That's our CPI. Then we just calculate it like that. So we add up all the, here's all the money we spent on inventory. Here is all of our items. And then we just say total cost divided by total items equals CPI, or cost per item. Okay. So let's say that we have our CPI. Let's say that it is, we're going to say it's $5. Okay. If our CPI is $5, anything that sells for less than $5 is a loss leader. And we'll be able to track that based off of what we got now, which is dope, because you don't have to go input all of your stuff, because now Whatnot has released statements that it's a CSV file that we are taking in, and you're just going to say raw import, boom, and you're going to plug it in, and you're going to see 8 different sheets along the bottom. It's like customer engine, order engine, raw, all these little engines. You don't have to worry about the engine. All you got to do is look at your dashboard. Okay, you don't have to worry about the engines, and you're going to just go plug it in, and then you go look at your dashboard, and it'll say everything that is less than $5 is a loss leader, and it'll tell you what your loss leader was. Okay, so this is one part of CAC. Okay, so loss leader, and it has their thing right here. It'll have these little boxes, and it'll say for promo, here's your negative. We'll call it for every customer you got. Let's say you ran promo on something. Let's say you ran promo, and for you lost like $10. You ran promo and spent $100, but you only got $90 in sales. It'll say negative $10, and you got one customer. So that would mean here's your CAC and promo. Customer acquisition cost was $10. Let's say you go to giveaways, and this one you're just going to put in like, I did this many giveaways, and this is how many first-time buyers I got. This one's a little bit, you don't know who the giveaway is going to go to, but we want to include giveaways as part of CAC. So let's say that you spent that, and we just divide that by the amount of buyers that you got, okay? First-time buyers, okay? And we'll just say you spent, I don't know, let's say you spent, again, $10, right? And then for your loss leaders, it'll go calculate based off of your CPI, your cost per item was $5. Anything less than that you sold was a loss leader for you. And so it'd say your average for that was going to be, cross those, divided by how many buyers. Let's say that it's going to be like $2 or something like that. And then it's going to combine the two and say, it's going to combine all these, right? So you'll have a fourth box that will be your blended CAC, okay? And it's going to blend all these together, and it's going to base it off of, okay, so we got $22 divided by how many buyers that we got, and it'll tell you exactly what your CAC is. How much, right? But everything isn't in the right column. So you'll be able to see where you're like, my customer acquisition cost will be, you're going to know how much you're spending overall for in quarter to acquire, and then you're going to have a blended CAC, which is blending these three together into one. So you'll know that your customer acquisition cost is this, right? But on Whatnot, Whatnot will give you the information, but the calculator, the dashboard that you put it into will tell you this. Whatnot isn't going to tell you your CAC. Whatnot isn't going to tell you your CLV. But all the data's there. It's how we extract. It's how we go through and we take the data and we extract it and give us those numbers. Okay. So this is me, like as a nerd, being like, I wish I knew exactly what it was. But because of this, the dashboard that we have right now, I input all of our information from 2025. Because they come in weeklies, okay? So I went through 52 times and put in all the information from 2025 in our business, and it told me, and then I build out the dashboard and put it all in there, and it tells me exactly what CLV is. It tells me my exact CLV, okay? So then you'll have your blended CAC, and you'll be able to see exactly what it is, and then you'll know exactly what your CLV is. And what's going to happen is you're going to track these things, okay? Oh my gosh, it's so worth it. I'm I'm a I'm a nerd when it comes to this stuff. I get like way too excited. My wife is like, I can't believe how excited you are. Like, you have no idea. I've wanted this data for years. I wanted to know exactly what customer acquisition costs and exact CLV. I couldn't do it. So the tracker that you have access to right now, Linda, it'll tell you revenue per buyer based off of the monthly. That's an okay, it's like a monthly value, but I wanted to know real CAC. Yeah. I want to know real CLV. I want to know what it really is. I'm taking like a guess at it. Because I'm not going to go through and input every single order, but I don't need to do that anymore. Whatnot did that for me. So I go through and I build out all the engines, which just takes all the data and it puts it into the columns as I need. And then I just build out a dashboard. You don't even need to look at the engine. You'll just look at your dashboard. You don't need to know your RPMs. You don't need to know how many cylinders. You don't need to know any of that stuff. You're just going to go import, paste, boom, copy and paste over here, bam. And then you're just going to go look at your dashboard. And it'll tell you not only that, it'll tell you the geography of where most of your buyers are, how much money came from the state of California, how much money came from Connecticut, how much money came from, they'll tell you your buyers that are haven't bought from you in the last 45 to 90 days. So you can reach out and be like, yo, what up? Haven't seen you in my shows. Hope all is well. Hey, I got a show going on here. Why? Because we'll be able to track it and see if that increases our customer lifetime value. And you'll be able to see exactly what your CAC is. So if you're like, should I run giveaways? I don't know. The giveaways, you'll have your little dashboard and you'll be able to see, right? The one thing that I want and the one thing that I believe is going to happen is that people will begin to see that their customer lifetime value is going up and their CAC is going down. Why is their CAC going down? Because their loss leader is no longer, they don't have loss leader anymore. Why? Because we're dropping out the bottom and we're pushing it up. What I'm trying to say is that whatnot CVS doesn't have all the information in the correct columns. I don't know if that's because um so are you talking about the statements within, if you go to the finances, the finance, and then you go to statements, it'll give you 1 week. It'll be like, here's your, I'll show you where it's at. It won't have it in the right columns. You'll just get a raw import of data and it'll just be like, here's all the stuff. And then that's why, like, I could show you, but I'd be showing you the engine. I'll show you what this looks like. Then I'm going to work with the people in Launchpad. I'm going to be like, what do you guys think? And if it gets confusing or it's breaking, right, it's going to be, that's where like this round of Launchpad is going to be. Okay, let me show you this. All right. We got to go to our whatnot. Okay, I'm going to show you this because I think we're, just so we're on the same page. Okay, Linda? All right. So I'm on a mobile device here. Okay, so mobile seller hub. I'm going to go to, I scroll down. I got to go to my seller analytics. If you guys are using this, I'm back in my safe place. Sarah, welcome back. Okay. When you go to your analytics, it's going to automatically populate what you've done overall for the last 2 weeks. You're then going to you're going to click the 3 buttons again, and you're going to scroll down to finances. Okay. Click finances. And then what you're going to do is you're going to click over. You have 3 different things at the top here. It says ledger, payouts, and then it says statements and reports. And when I found this, it freaking blew my mind because I scrolled down and now it's giving me this report. If I download this CSV, it tells me what time it was sold, what show it was sold. It tells me what my earnings were. It tells me the buyer. It tells me all the information. It tells me all of it. Tells me all the information. Yeah. Okay, y'all. I have a dashboard that I've been building out. Okay, this thing is awesome. When we talk about the concepts of live selling, our main thing is customer lifetime value just needs to be greater than our customer acquisition cost. Okay, that's just business. We're in the business right? We're in business. You have to be in Launchpad in order to get this. We're in the business of getting that. I think that's different than what I was talking about. I was talking about when you download a CVS, your inventory or purchases. Yeah, I don't know what this is for your finances. Okay. Yeah, this isn't a different. And Linda, that's where it is in your finances under your statements and reports. Okay, that's what I'm under here. Okay. Um, and so this is going to tell you now I've taken all this information, right? And I build it out and I create what's called an engine. And I take all of that information and then I parse out all the information to where it needs to go. I say this needs to be in this column, this column, this column. And then I build a dashboard on the very back of this thing, which will actually be moved to the front. That dashboard is the only thing that you need to worry about. And so all you'll do is say, boom, I'm going to pull this. I'm going to import this data in here, copy and paste, boom, and then you're going to go look at your dashboard. And then it's going to tell you, here's the your at-risk customers, here's your geography, but the main thing that I'm most excited about is true customer acquisition costs based off of your promo that you're spending, based off of your giveaways, and based off of your loss leaders, which means if I start this thing at $1 and it sells for $1, and I bought it for $6, that means I lost $5 plus whatnot fees, right? So I lost $5.48 or whatever. What most people have such a tough time with is like, no, I can't lose money on anything. It's like, it doesn't matter if you lose money on that one thing, if your customer lifetime value is going up and you're getting more customers. To explain this emotionally and mentally, it's really difficult to grasp. But when you see it on an actual dashboard, you're like, oh yeah. My main thing is the dashboard, you'll be confident of being like, I'm running everything. Because I know exactly that every time that I do this, my customer acquisition cost is $4, and yet people on average are spending $60 with me over the course of the next 30 days. Run everything at $1. I don't mind. And you're going to start seeing how you're getting better. And that over time, the craziest thing will happen. Your customer acquisition costs will go down. Why? Because your loss leaders, you don't have loss leaders anymore. At one point, this loss leader won't be a negative, it'll be a positive. Why? Because of what I was talking about, dropping out the bottom, drop out the stuff that even if it's making you a little bit of profit and increasing the potency of your inventory as you go up. It's not about selling 200 items at $5 a piece and making $1,000. It's about selling 50 items at $20 a piece and making $1,000. And then being like $50 or 50 items turning into $1,500. And then 50 items turning into $2,000. And then you keep doing that over time. Okay. Less shipping. That's another thing. Like your costs just go down. You don't have as much boxes. You don't have any of that. You become more potent over time. Okay. Now, if you're like, that's not my game, I want to play margin and volume and I want to do pallets and I want to pull stuff and I want to have a warehouse and I want to have, yeah, then go do that. I'm talking about taking a 1-person, 2-person, maybe 3-person team and building something that is incredibly profitable and understanding that if we are going for customer lifetime value and we're looking where we know what our customer acquisition cost is. Then from there, that's when we start building in the ecosystem. Okay. Like for those of you, a lot of people are like, how do I get more people to my show? It's like, do we have something that is sticky? So you'll know your return buyer rate. You can already do that with the tracker that I've got. It'll tell you your return buyer rate. I want that so that you feel confident in investing into your business. Or if it's like, it makes sense for me to invest time into building out a social media presence to drive it in. But then when you have a baseline, you can see what's working and what isn't working. Most of the time, what happens is, yeah, if you want this data tracker, I think what I'll do, I already know where I'm going with this. Okay. I'm not going to do it right now. Andrew, that's a great question. What is a good percentage of return buyers? So it's going to depend on where you're at. So you just did your first 2 shows, right? Are you 2 shows in right now? On this round, if you're 2 shows in, first show is most likely is going to be 0% return buyer rate, right? Second show might be because you're going to be getting a lot of first time buyers. That's where when I sent you the message earlier of like we need more data, we need more shows under our belt to see what's working, what isn't working. Your return buyer rate, if you're getting really good, will increase over time to at one point. I think if you're above 50%, you're in a pretty good spot. That means 1 out of 2 buyers are coming back and buying from you again and again. I think if you're over like 80%, I think your return buyer rate is way too high, not because of anything other than you don't have enough people that are aware that you exist. So we need to be like focusing on getting where that's where we're doing like heavy promo and stuff like that. We're going to use promo and we want to be like sponsoring so that we can get more in giveaways and things like that. So yeah, there's a balance. If you're dropping under like 50%, 40, if you're into like the 20% and you're doing multiple shows, we got to make your shows stickier. And it might not be you, it might be product, meaning I'm selling this type of product and I don't have a return buyer because they bought my stuff and they don't need to come back and buy it from me again, right? I don't know. Like, let me give a can opener. I know that people are like, oh, I'm not selling can openers. I know there's probably not people selling can openers, but I'm saying I only need 1 can opener. I'm not going to come back each week. Jewelry is different. I'll come back and buy jewelry again. I'll come back and buy clothes. I'll come back and buy this, right? Um, Do you believe more buyers on Whatnot own stores and buying to resell? I don't know. I know that a lot of people, this is like this big old thing. Here's what I do know. This is what I do know. Okay. This whole thing for like the reseller, I'm going to just like tell you all this. I think resell is peaked. I think that like the eBay Poshmark game, if that's your game, that's it. Go dominate it. I just don't see it growing massively from where it is right now. I don't. And the reason why is it's pretty much it's margin and volume, right? But what I do know is that on Whatnot, they did $3 billion of GMV in 2024. Last year in 2025, they did $8 billion in GMV, and that people are spending an average of 77 minutes on the app. And it's like the number 2 downloaded app when it comes to commerce, like buying stuff, right? On like the Google Play Store or something like that. And overall, it's like number 20, or it's number 2 for that, and number 22 for like overall apps type thing. That's huge. So even if it like at the beginning where people are like, oh, well, resellers are going and buying this thing and then they're putting it up on eBay, sweet, go do that. But that's this. So if they're doing that, I know some people are like, oh, it's that somebody's going and selling it for more. Cool. Let them do that. I'm all about it. If you can buy something from us and then go sell it for more, go do that. I don't think we should, you know what I'm saying? I think too many people are like, they're not seeing the full vision of where this thing is going. In China, this is like, I gotta look this up. Will somebody look up in China, what is the live social shopping? Let me look this up. How much will somebody look up what the live social shopping market is in China right now? Let me just Alexa, pause. Hey, what is the live social shopping market? How big is it in China right now?
The live social shopping market in China is currently huge. By 2026, it's projected to reach around 4.9 trillion yuan, which is roughly 700 billion US dollars. It's a fast growing sector, and this scale reflects how popular live commerce has become.
Did you guys hear that? $700 billion in 2026 through live commerce. Do you guys understand how big that is? $700 billion. Do we like if a crumb of $700 billion fell into your bank account, you would panic. If a little tiny portion of that fell into your bank account, you're like, oh no, big bank error, mafia's coming after me. What is the live commerce market looking to be in the year 2026 in the US and over the next 3 years?
The US live commerce market is expected to continue growing steadily in 2026. Over the following 3 years, projections suggest the market will see continued expansion driven by increased consumer engagement and further integration of social platforms with e commerce. While specific percentage growth rates or dollar values weren't specified, the trend indicates a strengthening market with rising adoption by both brands and consumers.
What is it? What can you give me at least a number of what it's projected to be?
It looks like I can open that specific link directly. However, based on recent industry reports, the US live commerce market is projected to be in the tens of billions by 2026. For a concrete example, some projections put the market at around $60 to $70 billion by 2030, growing at over 20% annually. So by 2026, it would likely be in the multiple tens of billions.
She said it's going to be 60 to 70 billion over the next few years here, the live commerce, right? China has about, it's probably like 4 times the size of the US. So if we were to even consider that this thing is going to go to 100 billion or 200 billion, it wouldn't be crazy. That's not a crazy estimate based off of what we're seeing in China. So that's the big opportunity that we're all sitting on right here. Now all we need to do is position ourselves in the market and get really good at the skill before everyone else figures out what's going on. So what does this look like? At the beginning of every single platform, you have unsophisticated sellers and unsophisticated buyers, meaning we don't know because we don't have anything to compare it to. It's brand new. Airbnb at the beginning, rent out your couch in your living room and people will come rent it. Beginning of YouTube, just put up some videos and put it out there, right? Beginning of eBay, put up a one pixelated picture and you can do well. Now that stuff doesn't work anymore because over time, the seller becomes more sophisticated. The content creator becomes more sophisticated. They get better over time. The buyer or the consumer will go towards what is the most sophisticated, right? The best of the best, right? So now you see a YouTube channel. If you want to go start a YouTube channel and build it into like a full-time or an actual business, what do you got to do? You better be really good at editing, putting together story stuff, good on camera, lighting, audio, being able to put together concepts. And top YouTubers will spend weeks putting together one video. That's the level, it's the standard that goes into it. That's what's going to happen here on Whatnot. So, what is the level of the standards of where things are going? I don't know. But I would guess it's probably going to be people who are really good with awesome lighting. They're going to be really good at product selection. They're going to be really good at being able to tell stories and present it, right? It's going to be, that is where things are going to be going. So, what are we gearing up for? That we want to be really good at presenting, at being able to engage with all the things that you could possibly think of. What's the highest standard that we can do? What's the highest standard? And that's what I'm encouraging everyone in the community to do. Right? A major short video platform with long streams to it. But these are all the live selling platform stuff. That currently the market leader known for high engagement through short video and live streaming integration. Yeah, those are the places. Those are the leaders, right? So just look at where things are going to go. And then you have to couple in, what about AI? Well, AI right now is becoming so realistic that people won't even know what's real and what isn't real. So what are we going to do? We're going to still seek out what is real, right? You know what I'm saying? We're going to want to see what is real. Well, live streaming or live selling is going to be, I think is going to grow because of what AI is doing. Because people are going to be like, I don't even know if this video that I'm watching on YouTube is a real person or not. But I can go on Whatnot, and that's most likely going to be a real person until like OBS, and we figure out, yeah, let's go. I'm excited to have you. Thanks for joining the community. So that's what we're building in the community of people who are, and that's what we're seeing. And we're seeing this stuff right here. And I know that this flies in the face of what a lot of people are talking about and what a lot of people are like putting their efforts into right now. I know that. A lot of people are focused on how do I increase my start bids? How do I get more people to my show? Which makes sense. Some people are using shipping as a strategy in order to get more people into their show. But shipping isn't a strategy. That doesn't have to do with CO. That's not going to do it. Your show time going on at 8:39 a.m. ahead of like everyone who's going on live at 9 a.m. That's irrelevant. What are we talking about? We want to be increasing our skill sets and the standards by which we run our shows and the items that we're picking up. How do we do that? We need the data in order to do it. We need frameworks in order to follow so we can get better and better at what we're doing. That's the entire thing of Live Seller Pro. That's what we're building. Okay. So, and it's really cool because now I'm seeing this, like y'all, like Edith, Everhome, watching your business. Are you in here, Edith? Can I like just tell you that you're badass? Are you in here right now? Let me know. Yes, I'm here. Edith, watching your business grow over the last 2 months, we get stoked. We get stoked. Are you serious? You had like 100 and what was your max concurrent viewers? What were your peak viewers? Revenue per item going up, right? 185 people in a show. Max concurrent viewers going up. Her revenue per item going up. And yeah, she's getting better at presenting. Even how she's showing up on camera, better. She's getting better. That's the sophistication of it. It's not just product. She's becoming a sophisticated seller. You can watch it happen week over week. She's getting better and better. She's watching back her shows. She's looking at her visual real estate. She's putting time into her things. She's not worried about what everyone else is doing. She's putting time into it and she's getting results. Stephanie, I don't think she's in here. She's going to the grocery store right now. Same thing. And did anyone catch that yesterday? The co-host, she said, I've been going through this. I put my numbers into ChatGPT. ChatGPT told me that in the last week, I have done more for my business in 1 week than I've done in the last 4 months. Sorry, I came in late. Yeah, the KT, we took roll call and you weren't here. I was an unexcused absence. If you bring me a doctor's note or like just have your mom sign a note and bring that to me, I can excuse that the tardy, okay? I'm just kidding. I haven't even started selling, but the dashboard you mentioned, do you offer tutorial on how you set up the engine? No, I don't. I'm not. I don't. I don't offer a tutorial. I just give you access to it because the engine's itself, the whole thing. Like, I don't. Unless you like for you, Katie. Are you like an Excel person for like the engine stuff? If you wanted to build it yourself, you would most likely be able to do that. Um, okay, I do need your mom's signature. Let me know, okay? And if it looks like yours, and remember, you got to fold the note, okay? So it looks like crumple it up a little bit, okay? Um, and so, no, I just build out the whole thing and then I give access to it for the people that are a part of my launch pad. I will give access. I'm thinking what I'm going to do because foundations for me, like I am not trying to gatekeep stuff. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I really want to do is I want to build a community of the best live sellers on the planet. There's we're already rolling right now. Okay. And so my goal isn't to just like hold back a bunch of stuff. So the foundations community, once I've vetted it out with everything we're doing, I'm going to keep building in like value to that. A lot of the stuff, honestly, is like I have like 40 hours worth of content in there. What I'm going to be doing is like breaking it down so it's like really streamlined. So just so you know. But then the dashboard that I'm talking about here, this will be something that I'm a data nerd too. How about you offer the dashboard access through Foundations community? Not right now, it's through, so Foundations, Launchpad is my 4-week coaching program. That's what a Launchpad is. And that's what I'm releasing this dashboard to the Launchpad members and as well as a physical journal this time around. So but I am going to put in my Google Sheets number tracker. Yeah, you can only get in through Foundations though, which is it's $30 for 30 days. And the main thing is for foundations, y'all, like if you go in and you go through the content and you plug into the community, I believe that you will get a return on your investment far greater than $30. It won't be like it's not going to be like, oh, I got 100% return. I made 60. I want it to be something where you're like, I went in, plugged in, and like my business is like growing from just being in there and like being a part of this thing and networking. So yeah, totally. So, this is huge, y'all. Yeah, 10x that amount. That's exactly. I want it to be that you can do $300 in a show. Ain't a big deal for you anymore. And the main thing is like you're getting better and better. So yeah, Andrea, you get it. You get what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I'm really excited too. And when you go in, will you make sure that your whatnot handle is in there under, so your name, your profile, put your whatnot handle under there, and then go in, put your wins and your lessons. You can go into the chat and be like, "What's up, everybody?" You can go introduce yourself. The cool thing is, right? Thanks, Andrea. I appreciate that. Thank you. I truly appreciate that. And like, you know, you're you're something, Andrea. Okay, where do I go from here now that I'm joined? Yeah, okay, so my wife is going to send you a QR code. You'll go to it. It'll say 30 days, or it's a trial. You already paid for the trial. It's not a trial, okay? You already paid for it. It'll give you access to it because it's all paid through. No, I actually have an autocorrect filter that I can read comments in the chat. It just automatically like corrects everything. So I don't know how I got that. You know what I'm talking about? I think we all start to get it right. Oh, we know what you said. And so when you go in, you'll get a thing. You don't have to put in any credit card information or anything like that. It'll say, hey, do you want you signing up for a 30-day trial? It's not a trial. You just pay $30 to get in for 30 days. And then you'll put in your information, like your email and stuff. And then you'll get a profile and go to start here. Yeah, we all do now, right? And then you'll go to start here and then go just follow what it says. And from there, you're going to see two libraries in there, which I know is a little bit confusing. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but essentially, I took my Launchpad library, which was only for my Launchpad members. And like I said, I'm going to keep pouring in value into foundations, but you're going to see two libraries. One's called the Foundations library, and one's called the Launch library. That Launch library, I just took it over. I'm like, I'm putting this into foundations because it has a shipping intensive in there. It has a staging and a show intensive. It has like 40 hours of stuff of me talking about the Live Seller Pro model. It's talking about I do the foundations of library. I do the playbook. All the stuff's in there. Okay. So you can go through the library. You don't have to go. The main thing is like get something and go apply it, and then and then come back here again and again, and just keep reiterating this because our tendency is to do margin and volume, and we did this, y'all. We did this. We like went full bore on this, and we got burned out. How many of you have like want to do reselling like this before, right? And then it's already been sent to you in messages, so you can join in right away. Y'all, we did 7,200 active listings on eBay. We had 2 large storage units. We had 3 virtual assistants, two in India and 1 in the Philippines. We had an in-house lister, and we were burned out. We reached a point that we were burned out because this was the game we were playing. We were making money, but we had to put all the money back into the volume. So all the money came back into hiring more people or paying for our overhead, or it went back into getting more inventory. So we could put up 40 to 50 to 60 to 80 to 100 new listings every single day. So I would get up in the morning, steam clothes, get stuff ready. We would be processing all this stuff. Jen would then go out. She would, after we would drop off our daughter to school, she's going out sourcing. Finding items, right? And then we have an in-house lister. Like, y'all, it was so much freaking work. And then we moved over to live sales. And at first, it doesn't look like it's going to do. Yeah, Lucy, she's in. Yeah, no, I don't know if she did actually. I don't know if Katie did. Sorry, I thought we were talking about. Yeah, it's so much. It's so unfair too, honestly, because here's the thing. Sorry, I thought you were. No, she didn't, Lucy. Not yet. Don't tell don't tell the KT this, but we actually set up this entire thing like a sting operation. Everyone in here is actors. I don't think she's in here right now, but our goal is to get her into the community. Okay, just remember that. I don't think she's in here right now, but when she comes back in, that's what we're doing, and then we can just shut down the whole operation once we get her. Okay, low key, don't tell anyone. All right, just kidding. Okay, remember. All right, this is what I'm paying you all for. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, guys, everyone act normal. When we discovered live selling, and I knew that on Monday she does a show, all first time buyers. Then my wife goes live on Tuesday, and some people came back and they bought again. And then on Wednesday, the people from Monday and Tuesday, some of them came back and bought on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, some people from Monday came, and then some people on Tuesday, and some people on Wednesday came back and bought on Thursday, and they were bidding against each other. So at first, it looked like we were losing money, right? Yeah, this is a Whatnot Help Live, except for I don't work for Whatnot. Yeah, so just let me know whatever you got any questions. I'm happy to answer anything. There's no dumb questions here, okay? And so when I saw that, Jen came out of her first, like, it was probably like 4 or 5 lives in. She's like, well, this isn't working. And I'm like, this is 100% working. She's like, explain it to me, because we have all these listings up on eBay and our average earnings after everything is like $18, $18 and like 73 cents or something like that. That was our average over like months of doing this. And we're making sales every single day, right? And she's like, but I'm off of, we didn't look at it like a loss leader, right? She wasn't looking like I'm losing money. And I'm like, yeah, but these people are coming back and they're bidding against each other. And she's like, okay, I'm going to trust you. I'm going to keep doing this. And then we started to where we were done with eBay. Like, that's the main thing that I don't think that people that try to do this hybrid, I don't think it's going to work that well. I just don't. Okay, I need help looking back to the sellers that I viewed today. Is there a way to do that? Yeah, I think you can just go into search and then you just hit it, and then it'll tell you who you've looked at today. I think it's who you typed in. I don't think it's who you viewed, like if you're scrolling through shows. I don't know how to go back through history. But don't go anywhere, just stay here. Mm. So once we fully went in on this, so we went in on this. We did it we started in probably like April or May, and we ran that until September when my son was born. My wife was, so imagine this, she's going live and she's sitting on, thanks, baby. She's sitting on an office swivel chair and just pulling stuff out and showing items and selling it, right? And she's going live. She went live. She was like 8 months pregnant. And she went live for like 12 hours, right? And she's just showing it. And we were getting, it was like, whoa, this is really cool. We would make more in a day than we had made in like our best week, on our best week on eBay, right? And so we were like, oh, okay, well, this is something. Our son was born, which was an amazing story, thanks to Keeker baby up in here. Our son was born, all natural. We didn't go live for 9 months, and then we started it back up. And I don't even think we were at a place that we were like, I don't know if we're gonna do this. I was focused on my job and what I was doing, and then Jen's like, I kind of want to go live again. We set up the studio, and Jen started going live. And then from there, she went live. It was probably around like June, and by the following, she went live for probably like 14 months, and it was enough income for me to leave my corporate job as an account executive. And so then we went into this, and then we started a community in the beginning of 2024. I left my job at the end of 2023. The beginning of 2024, we started our first community, which was all like free. Most of the people in there were there for free, or they Yeah, it was very, we had one person that paid, and then we essentially offered like scholarships. And we coached with them. We did calls every Monday night for months. And that was our first community. And we didn't open it up. And then at the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025, we reopened up a community. And based off of the data that we had and what we thought was really going to just help people to like raise the bar, our whole thing is like, let me help you get results. As we were going through this, one of the things, anything in like marketing, like when you're doing marketing, you create an avatar of like who is the perfect person for your business, who are you building everything for, from both like the fulfillment side of things, the sales side of things, and then the marketing side of things. And you pick one like person, it could be a fictional person that has all the traits of who you're building the thing for. And we had two of them. One was somebody who hadn't gone live yet, and then one was somebody who was going live. So we had two avatars. I don't know if that's like against like the marketing rules or something like that. And so we wrote down all of the stuff that we were like, if we were to solve this for this person, what would we do? How could we help them to go from where they are right now to where we are right now, to grow something that was that you can do six figures in revenue. Within like your first year of doing it, right? And so, which we don't do any income claims, by the way, but that was what we were building off of. We're like, how do we take somebody who is from here and how do we take it to here? And what we thought would do it would be is if we did like raid trains, we'd help people, help them structure their stuff, and then we would just do raid trains. And then we would bring people to their show because we were like, oh, the problem is people aren't getting enough people to their show. And we learned a lot from doing that. What we learned is like everyone returns back to their baseline. And so, and then we went through a bunch of, it was like a crazy, probably like 90 days of like probably that 90-day period in the beginning of 2025 was probably one of the most intense times of my life. And so we stopped doing all the stuff and we focused on just the things that we were doing in our own personal life. And then we reopened the community again, but I've been doing master classes, and we've since been able to get really clear on the things that are like, what are the things that are going to help people to get the results. And that's what this whole thing is about, right? So that's the playbook. Those are all things. And now we have even more data, and now we capture the data. And this is something I'm going to be releasing to foundations, which is you do a diagnostic, go put it in, and you put in, it's just a survey thing, it takes you like 5 to 10 minutes, right? And when we did that in Launchpad, and we had like 14 entries, and the data that we got from that, we were like, yes, this thing is working, right? Why don't we have the wings? We're not Premier. We are like, the last time that it ran, we were like $500 short of getting, because we are everything except for the $50,000 within 90 days. And if it was 3 months, if it was the beginning from that, we would have hit it. But it's not 3 months, it's 90 days. There's a difference between 3 months and 90 days by like a day or two. And then, just to be like totally transparent. And then this time around, because we are personally like, in order to build out a community and build all this stuff out, yeah, we missed about like $500, which is fine. And it was something where like, let's go do this. And then what we're doing right now is we are changing up stuff within both. So we have two parts of our business. We have Live Seller Pro, which is the community, is the stuff that I'm doing right now. And then we have Making Grace Vintage. And sometimes what we try to do is we try to run both of those things at the same time. But we can't, because we're building out like back-end infrastructure and building out like the journal and the tracker, and then we're like bringing people in the community and doing all that, and then we have to like put a pause on like Making Grace Vintage. But you can go see like the 35,000 sales that we've done here, right? Yeah. Um, can you say no to the wings, Sylvia? That's interesting. Can you say no? You're like, I don't want the wings, right? I'll be honest, I want the wings, but I also like we're like, we can either push. Wow, that's really cool. You can say no, like, no wings for me, please. I want to stay on the ground. I really like that. Is that who it is, Mitchie? Mitchie, I was gonna tell you a story earlier, and then we had something go on with like our router or something. And so, but I wanted to tell you something that was like so funny. I refuse to shop. The wings people, you guys won't shop wings? What do you guys think about Premiere? Okay, so I'm talking, I'm kind of modding, and then like I was working on stuff earlier while Jen was live, and Gracie's like cruising around, and um, she was like, so she's such a Mitch. Is that like she's such a like a the B word? Is that what that like it rhymes with that? And I was like, yeah. Gracie's like learning about like we talk about like swearing and cursing are two different things. Like you never curse somebody. Don't ever curse towards somebody. But like swearing is like we're like, listen, I'd rather have you like learn about this. Like so she's really funny. And and she was like, is that because Mitchie um she doesn't want to use the bad word? I was like, yes. That's why. I was like, it's just a joke, baby. Her last name is Mitchell. And so it's she's such a Mitch. It rhymes with that. It's just a joke. She's like, yeah, and she doesn't say that. I'm like, no, I don't know. But I was laughing about it. I thought it was so funny. She was overly like concerned about it. So just so she's 9, guys. She's 9. So it's just a really funny like interaction. So but it's so cool to watch Gracie watch because she'll watch shows, right? And yeah, she is a sweet summer child. Yes. Yeah. And so she loves watching these things. She'll sit and watch, right? So she was watching Gigi last night. She'll watch if Jen's watching it, like Gracie's right there, like hanging out and asking. So she's gonna be watching your jewelry shows, right? We just got to. She's also a phenomenal reader. So we just got to make sure that she doesn't see your mods, the secret messages in your mod chats. That's the only thing. We just have to move that aside so she can't see secret messages from your mods. 100%. um, oh, that's really cool. Adacia, look at this A bracelet I found you. That's awesome. That's cool, Adacia. Um, so just kind of going through the story of where we are now. When we have our theory of the things that's working for our business, and then we start teaching other people, and there would be things that they would be like, we were here, and then like a month later they're like, this is the results. And so we want to just see like what's working and what's not working, which is also the value of a community as well. Because here's the thing, y'all, I will redo the entire playbook if needs be. Like I'm not like attached to these things. Yeah, I talk about it and I'm very confidently, I'm like, these are the things that we believe will help you. And of course, like I'm biased towards my stuff, but I want y'all, if I find out like varied start prices and taking requests is a far better business model, I will absolutely pivot and I will come on here and be like, I was way wrong. I'm just wrong about it. But I'm looking all the time and I'm seeing data. So I'm capturing data of like if people are, I'm going to release this out to foundations and then I'll let you guys know because from that data, I'd rather just know the truth. I don't care about being right. I'd rather just know the truth about it. And I will openly come in and be like, I was wrong about this. This is definitely the way to go. I will. But from what I'm seeing, right, outside of a few outliers, I see patterns. And the patterns are if you are having trouble keeping people in your shows, it's most likely you're doing varied start prices, meaning you're starting something off at $8, you start something off at $12, you start something off at $18. Varied start prices, I see that it just does not work all that well. You don't make sales consistently, right? Plus, you don't get the data. Number 2 is you have varied shows and times, meaning you're doing a raid train, then the next day you're doing some theme thing, and every week is different. That makes it really difficult for people to come back to again and again. Number 3, high start prices, where it's so high that people don't stay in your show, and it's like 3 no sells, and then you make a sell, and it goes a little bit above that. And then you show another item, it doesn't sell, and then you show another item and it sells, but it sells for the start price. That will kill viewership, right? And then what else? Winging it will do it. If you wing, you don't have a process for how you're doing it. You don't sequence your items. The mystery pulls and random pulls are just as random and mysterious to you as it is to your buyer. You're like, ooh, what's next? That creates an issue because number one, you're going to lose people inevitably. 2 is if you have a random input, then you're going to get a random output, and you don't even know what's working and what doesn't work. And then the 5th thing is that you ask or you take requests. Those are the things that drive down viewership. does. And normally when people are like, I'm having trouble keeping people in my shows, I'm like, are you doing one of these 5 things, or are you doing all 5 of these things? And never from a place of like, how dare you, you should have done better. No, like no, that's not what the purpose of it is. I want to give something to you for free. Come to Master Lifestyles, you apply it, and then you come back. Yeah, we don't take requests. Let's talk about that for a little bit. Here's the reason why we don't take requests. Number one, I gotta know your name. Okay, Mandy. Oh man, Mandy, thank you so much for being a part of this. Okay, Mandy, you never have to apologize to me. All right. Hi, Mandy. My name's Steven. You can call me Steve if you like. My wife calls me Steven. She doesn't call me Steve. And then I call her Jen. I actually call her Babe. If I say Jenica, she's like, don't use my whole name. Don't use my name. Stev. You can call me Stev. Ew. Oh, she's here. I thought you went to this store. I went to a show last night, and the guy was just standing there for like a whole minute. I'm like, is he stuck? And then he said, tell me what you're looking for. Yeah. I'm going to show you why we don't take requests. And Mandy, this is everyone can stay in here. I'm just gonna have a conversation with Mandy. We're gonna just cover like a bunch of stuff real quick. Mandy, if you got a little bit of time, you're not obligated to stay in here at all, by the way. Alexa, play. Let's get some music going.
Let's go. Your playlist, Let's Go, on Amazon Music.
Alexa, shuffle songs by 21 Pilots. My real name is Catherine, and no one calls me that but my grandmother. So if you're doing, I would come in and be like, Catherine, and you're like, right? I saw a single seller sell 325 items in 50 minutes. Woo! Let's go. Okay. Okay. So Mandy. We want to understand the superfan sequence from the get-go. This is the process through which people come to find you. We are in the business of collecting superfans. That's what we're doing. All right. These are our homies. These are our goons. If Stephanie's in here, I'm taking her stuff. But a superfan, okay? A superfan is somebody. A superfan is what somebody who's going to come back and spend money. Customer lifetime value. Okay. I'm betting. Let me just check in with you real quick. I want to see something. Yeah, 448 or 488 items, right? You probably have people that are coming back, right? You have people that are coming back. What over time we want our customer lifetime value to go up, okay? And we're in the business of buying super fans, okay? Yeah, small group. That's going to be growing here, man. Okay. So what is the sequence through which people go through in order to become a super fan? We should probably know this so we know how to build our business so that it aligns with acquiring superfans. Because there's 2 things that we're really looking to do in our business under the Live Seller Pro model. We are looking for superfans, and we want data so that we get better and better at what it is that we're doing, and we're picking up better and better items. That's the entire thing, okay? So we want superfans and we want data, okay? And superfans are really good at giving us data. What is data? Here's this item. Do y'all like it? If they buy it at $1, they liked it for $1. If they bought it for $8, that gives me data, or it doesn't sell, that gives me data. Okay. Okay, Lucy, thank you so much, and I'm excited to talk to y'all tonight. We're gonna talk number tracker tonight, y'all, on the Launchpad call. Okay, at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, in 2 hours and 11 minutes. Okay, so the first part of the superfan sequence is awareness. At one point, Mandy, you woke up and you weren't aware of me, and then one day you're aware of me. How did you become aware of me? Was it through Lucy? How did you become aware of me? I'm gonna. Okay. Then the next piece, I think I saw you guys randomly, but I'm also a friend with Lucy and IG. Okay, cool, sweet. So at one point you go from awareness, like you didn't even know that this was a thing, and then you discovered, okay? Meaning you like clicked in, okay? In discovery, this thing of what this right here, you could go 3 to 8 seconds. It could all be of 3 to 8 seconds. And what's happening during this first part of the first 3 steps of the superfan sequence, which is 6 steps, the question being asked to the buyer, viewer, whatever it is this for me? Okay. Sometimes we only need like 3 to 8 seconds to say, nope, it's not for me. Or, yes, this is for me. Okay. Then we're in consideration. Consideration, this could take 7 to 12 times that somebody needs to see you and be asking the question, is this for me? Okay. Yeah. And by the way, Manny, it doesn't actually mean that they've said no to it. They're just like, I don't know. They might need to come back 7 to 12 times. Okay. We need to see, we were inundated with so much stuff that we sometimes need to see it multiple times before it even registers consciously that we're like, oh, this is a thing, right? Okay. Next, after we've been through consideration, there'll be a point of conversion. All conversion is, it's an intention. It's an intention. I intend to be here. I intend to watch this, whatever it is. I'll explain this. I'm going to give you another way of looking at this because we all go through this process. Okay. All right. And then once we've been there, and by the way, this could take 7+ hours of somebody with an intention to watch before we even enter into number 5, which would be relationship. All right. What is relationship? There's an investment. Okay. It can totally be there. It could be an investment of time. It could be an investment where it's like, I'm in, like, this is for me. Or it could be an investment of actual money. Okay. Like it's beyond just intention. It could be, okay. Totally understand that I've experienced as a buyer. Yeah. And then once there's been an investment, if we have a wonderful experience, we will come back again and again, which is retention, and we'll refer other people to whatever we're a super fan of. Okay? This referral would then put somebody else at the top of here. And then we go through the process. Now, here's the thing. This is a non-captive audience. I can't control you. I can't lock you in here. So I need to allow for my business, right? I need to allow it that people can come back and watch me 7 to 12 times. I don't care if there's lurkers in here. They might need to see me 7+ hours. Or it might take them all of like 15 minutes. And they're like, yeah, I'm joining this community, or I'm going to move forward with coaching, or whatever it might be, right? And then my goal in business, as well as all of us, is we want to be so good at what we do that they come back for more because they love it, and they refer other people to us, because this is the most powerful way. If you got an army of super fans, that is the best marketing in the world. Okay, so this is the super fan sequence. We align our business with this. All right. Now remember that the question always is this for me? All right. So pricing and taking requests, I talked about the 5 things that we don't do, and I'll actually bring you back over here. Let me talk about the superfan in another way, just to drive home the point. Okay. So if I'm looking for a show, y'all, what shows are y'all watching? Are you guys watching any shows right now? We're watching a show called Still on with the girl from Sophie Turner. She's from Game of Thrones. We're watching that show right now. Okay. One point I didn't know that was a show. Okay. Then I discover it I see a show poster. It says Still. So I click on it and I go into consideration, and I'm in consideration because I'm watching the trailer. Okay. I'm watching the trailer and I'm like, yeah, I'm cool. Landman. Are you still watching Landman? Love it. And then, and by the way, we're like so tired that we end up watching like one episode and fall asleep at the end. And they're like, have we seen this episode? Right. Is it good? Is it good, y'all? You guys, second season just ended. It's amazing. Okay, maybe we'll have to do Landman next. All right, best ever. Whoa, best ever? We got a super fan up in here. See, there's the referral side of it. Okay, so consideration. What might consideration be? I'm watching a trailer. The question is this for me? Okay. Then I'm like, yeah, let's watch it. I tell Jen, do you want to watch this? Yeah, let's do this, right? Now we have an intention to watch it. Now Jen is very particular. If there's bad acting, even if the side characters are bad actors, she's out. She's not gonna watch the thing. Okay. She's like, nope. She'll right? Yeah, we do the same thing. We're watching Fallout as well, right? Okay, but at one point, as soon as we're invested into the story or the characters or both, now we're invested. Now we're watching multiple episodes, and now we're on Whatnot talking about the shows that we're watching, right? You dated Billy Bob? Holy cow, Dacia. That should be on your. Why are you leading with that? I'm just kidding. Hello, my name's Dacia. I dated Billy Bob, so um so that is the super fan sequence when we're talking about watching a show, okay? We want to create something that is so good that people come back to again and again. So, how do we do that? Well, we need to understand that most people run off of a weekly cadence, meaning I work Monday through Friday, I take Saturday and Sundays off, and then on Thursdays, my daughter has ballet. On Tuesday, I play basketball with my friends, whatever it might be. Most people have a weekly cadence through which they run. So, when I talk about first and foremost, why do we not do varied shows and times, right? Because we never end up in somebody's weekly cadence. However, we want to be so good at the superfan sequence, the consistency that people build us into their weekly cadence, so that somebody is like somebody goes up to one of your super fans, Mandy, and is like, hey, what are you doing Friday? And they're like, oh, I have plans. You're like, really? I'm hanging out with my friend Mandy. Really? What are you guys going to do? Well, she does a show, I can't miss it. Right? That's how good we want our shows to be for like a super fan. Like, people are reconsidering what their plans are because of Mandy's show. Okay, so that's why we need to have steady, consistent shows and times that we're doing it, so people can come back to it again and again, so that we are built automatically into their weekly cadence. Okay. Secondly, the mistake was winging it. I'm moving these around in order because I'm going to talk about a few of these. So, winging it, meaning there's no process, there's no sequencing, and it's random. It's a mystery to us. You can do mystery polls, it just can't be a mystery to you. Okay? Why? Because anytime that we're winging something, we have no process and no sequence, we can't build upon an experience that allows people to come back and there's not going to be any retention. How is there going to be retention? Imagine if you go to watch the next episode of Landman and they're introducing a whole new thing and there's no process and you're like, where is this thing going? Like, what is happening, right? We don't want that. We want to be led into an experience. Okay, so very much like if you showed up at a restaurant and they're like, we don't have a process or a sequence, just sit anywhere you want. And what do you guys want to start out with, like dessert? You're like, you guys don't have a process or a sequence. Then people don't like that, because now they're relying on themselves to create the experience. We don't want to do that for people. We want to create an experience that people can relax into. Why? Because for the most part, we're not going to shows to purchase stuff. This is an experience-based business. It's not a product-based business. The product that we have is all over the internet. You can go find it. You can go find it on eBay, on Amazon. It's all over the place. We are creating an experience. But it would be like you showing up to a party and I'm like, what do you want to listen to? Do you guys want to order some food? You're like, you have no plans for this party? Yeah, just put your code anywhere you want, right? Um, we want to create the party that has them coming back again and again and again. But there's a process and a sequence. It's not random. I'm not handing the Bluetooth over to my buddy to run DJ so we're listening to his stuff all night. I want to create the entire experience. And then, have you ever gone to a party where like the host is like running around because they don't have a process and they're still like, what do you guys want to do with this? Is so and so coming? Like, they're still event planning and they're now hosting a party, and it's uncomfortable because the host is still in event planning mode. The best hosts enjoy the party just as much as anyone else. where they're like, yeah, everything's taken care of. Don't worry about the music. We got food handled. We got beverages, whatever you want. We've got it all handled for you. That's what we want. We want to go to that party. We don't want to go to the one where you're like, what do you need me to do? Direct parking in the, you don't have any park? Okay, yeah, will you go tell people this? Will you go check on this? Will you go? You're like, oh, shoot. I didn't want to come to the party being an event planner. Hi.
I'm gonna go to the store.
Okay.
Do shipping.
Okay. Okay.
And
thanks.
When I get home, I will set the link.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Bye. You okay? You have like just a little bit of lipstick.
I like it.
My wife's a babe, y'all. Okay. So no winging it. All right. The third thing is, and I'm going to talk about it, is varied start prices. Okay. So I'm just going to put SPs, starting bids, when we do varied start bids. Okay. I'm going to talk about this. All right. Yeah, it's just like a little bit right here. She'll get it. She'll go out there and she'll see. Yeah, I try to let her know. That's how I check who my friends are too. Sometimes if I'm like, I don't know if I trust this person, I'll just put a little booger on the side of my nose, and then I'll talk to them and see if they'll let me know if I have a booger in my nose. And if they don't, we ain't friends. You know what I'm saying? We got to have those tests, y'all. Denise would tell me if I had a booger. Right? You're a booger friend, Denise. You would absolutely tell me. Denise will tell me if I'm being a full-on clown. Say, hey. Okay, that's true, friend. Oh yeah. Well, of course, because that's because well, I deserve that. Denise was also a roommate of mine. So me and my buddies. So Denise is a freaking champion putting up with us, right? Okay, so number 4 is when we do. So I'm going to talk about these other ones: high start bids and varied start bids. Okay, and then number 5 is asking or taking requests. Okay, I'm going to cover these 3. All right, but these are the things that drive people out of our shows. Okay. Even if we are keeping people on our show, we need to recognize that there are actions that we're doing that are taking new people out. Because, right? Okay, cool. We will, and I will talk to you about that right now, Mandy. Okay, and it will make a whole lot more sense. We need to remember that sometimes we might have super fans for what we're doing, but if we don't have an ability to, if our business can't scale up and bring in more super fans because we are protecting the super fan base that we have right now, that's a really dangerous place to be in our business. Because if it can't scale up to having more super fans, then we just peaked in our business. And sometimes super fans, if they are, number one, they're not even going to refer, right? Some of y'all have like honey holes and people don't even want to refer, right? But sometimes if we build a super fan base and it's small and it doesn't allow for new super fans to come in, super fans won't like it when you switch up what you're doing because they're like, no, this is how I like you to do this. Okay, so we want to make sure that we're building it so that we can scale up our super fan base. Okay, so meaning we don't want to have a party for 10 people because we're alienating, because nobody wants to come hang out at our party because we alienate everyone else because we're only taking care of our 10 friends, right? So sometimes if we're doing that, which would probably be another one, but sometimes we're doing this and people are like, no, don't change up what you're doing. I love what you're doing. You're like, yeah, but it's only you. All we're doing is we're just buying and selling clothes, the same clothes to each other. It's not even running a business. We're just exchanging clothes and money to each other. We're just shipping stuff to each other. We're essentially borrowing stuff from each other's closets is what we're doing. Those businesses are probably really fun and really comfortable, but they're very dangerous. They're very dangerous because it's not a business. You guys know what I'm talking about? You ever been to a show before where you're like, I'm the odd man out here. Everyone else here knows each other, right? Have you ever been to a party like that? It's not pleasant. We'll leave. So make sure that we're building an experience that allows for scalability, okay? Okay. So now that we understand that, I'm going to talk about these right here. All right. Okay. So why do we not ask or take requests? Okay. I'm going to talk about the 3 things that we need to make sure that we're not doing. Okay. That we're not creating for people. Okay. Number one is going to be decision fatigue. Decision fatigue is when you wake up in the morning, make 1,000 decisions, and then at the end of the day, someone says, "What do you want to eat for dinner tonight?" And it's the hardest question in the world to answer. And it's not hard because we eat food every day. But you literally, have you guys ever been asked a question before? Right? Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Why can't you do that? And by the way, it's totally fine to buy stuff from like people in your community, but you shouldn't make that your business. It shouldn't be your only business. Like, absolutely, we're here to support and love each other. We just don't build an entire business off of it. Because then it's just like an MLM at that point, you know? Like, I just, friends and family. When I was a teacher, I literally couldn't handle any questions when I got home. Exactly, because your capacity for making decisions was probably huge. But at the end of the day, how are you going to make any decisions, Mandy? You've been making decisions all day long. And then somebody's like, what do you want to have for dinner? And you're like, I can't even think of food right now. I can't even like and it's not that you're not trying to or being like stubborn. You're just like, what do we eat? What is food? Like, I can't even think of one type of food right now. That's decision fatigue. Okay. When we take requests, or when we ask or take requests, that would be like Mandy at the end of the day. I literally do not care. I don't care if we just put some sugar in some water, we'll shake it up and drink that. I'm cool with it. Okay, let's do that for dinner. I don't care. I will go. We're fasting. That's what we're doing. That's what we're gonna fast today, right? Imagine, Mandy, the reason why we don't ask or take requests is you get out of teaching and then you get on Whatnot and you go to a show and they're like, "Hey, Mandy, welcome to the show. Go look through my store. It's all loaded." And then you're going to put in a request and tell me what you're looking for. And I'll show you the item. And you're like, "Is that a decision?" I can't make any decisions. I came here because I want you to guide me. Okay. Okay. Make sense? You would leave the show. Your brain wouldn't even let you stay. You're like, no. Decision? Nope. You're not even going to respond. Okay? So we don't ask people to make decisions because they're not here to make decisions. Okay? We would never do that. All right? It's mean. Okay? Yeah, you're just going to swipe away. You won't even say anything. You're definitely not looking through the store. All right? So we don't ask her. That's number one. Number two is, have you ever been to a show before and it looks like this? Right? And just keeps going. And it's a freaking box like this big and it's just like this. Have you ever seen that before? Ew. Ew. That's what Jesse said. Okay. The thing is if you come into this, that'd be like going to a restaurant and um, you're like, holy cow, this is, it's going to be like a 48-minute wait. You're like, oh man, number one, I'm not going to make a decision. Number two is, I've now got to go through and look through each one of these and see if there's something I'm interested in, or I got to put in new ones. And even if I put in a new one, it's going to be a wait for me to even do this. Okay. Now, from the buyer's perspective, I think the reason why sellers do this is honestly, I think it makes them feel better. Honestly, because if we do this, number one, it makes us feel like we're making sales, but they're not sales yet. Okay. Number two is remember, we're creating an experience that people can come back to again and again. This is random. I don't know what's going to sell and what isn't going to sell. So now I've given the authority over to my party to other people. So now I've given the Bluetooth or the auxiliary to people and be like, you guys run what you want. You guys order what you want. I'm creating an experience I want people to come back to again and again. Okay. The other thing is as well, is there's really nice people who will be like, holy cow, they're running number 14, but I've watched this person wait for 6 items before this one. I'm not going to bid on that. Yeah, can you go ahead and add 3, 8, 37 to that list? Okay, so what happens is, I'm on it, right? So we call it licking the brownie. Somebody licked the number 14 brownie, which means that somebody else is like, I'm not interested in that because I don't want to take that from somebody else. Which now we're creating the opposite of what we want, which is yuck. I hate that. Yeah. So if this, and then here's the last part to it, why we don't take requests. Well, I can get two more things. Let me show you what a request show looks like. Okay, stay with me. Don't leave. Okay, so 7, or I'll do it off of Everhomes. Okay, so what was it? 7. Oh, 7. Okay, 7. I got it right here. I don't know if you're still in the chat right now. Are you still here? It's this Levi's. It's really cool. They partnered with Sutter Creek. Let me know if you're still in here. 7. What was the other one, Sarah? Oh, 10. I got 10 right here. 10's right here. Oh, 7. You are in here. Let me grab 7. Check this out. Are you still interested in this? It's a size. It's a small. It's a medium. It's a medium. No, the measurements are already in the description. You want me to measure it anyway? Okay, yeah, I can measure it anyway. All right. Okay, so here's the measurements running now. Oh, you don't want it? That's fine. Totally fine. No pressure. No pressure. You just let me know. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Okay, I have this item here. Are you still in here, number 5? 5? I don't know if 5's in here anymore. Let me see. Okay, running the next one, 3. Okay, number 3. So here's number 3. Oh, 5, you are in here. I'll pull that one up in a minute. 3, are you interested in 3? Let me know if you're still. Yeah. And how many people were involved in making this? I don't know. It's sustainable fashion. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can look and see. We want to own the authority of our show from beginning to end. Because I didn't even get to see you in that because you're running around like the new server at a Chili's who was wanting, he couldn't remember if it was it's personal shopping. We're not personal shopping because I can only personal shop for so many people. And then those personal shoppers want you to only work for them. And I'm not everybody, but there are people who love just being like, hey, will you grab this one? Hey, will you raise your hand above your head? Hey, can you do a little twirl for me? Wow, this is the best, right? I don't control things in my own life, but I do like controlling people over the camera. This is the best thing ever. Feel like I have a sense of, not everybody, but I am just saying. So what we do instead is sequence your items, right? You can do a mystery pull, but it's not mystery to you. You can do random, it's not random to you. We run in order. If you're running the item, okay, you touch it, you're running right there, and we do a full presentation for what it is we're doing. I'm not talking about a 15-minute presentation, just one, like, right? Like, let me, and because we want to own the experience. The other thing why we don't ask or take requests is what happens after you go through all of these items. Any more requests? No more requests? I have half the rack over here. Who wants to see my leftovers that nobody else requested? So I've run an order but taken requests when they come, and most of the sales have come from those. My fear is if I say no requests, that people go. So I want to. This is where you take the authority back over your show. And some people, even if you lose, some people that are like, "How dare you, Mandy? You work for me. If you're not going to do this little thing anymore, then I'm leaving." I promise you, there are other people who are waiting, who have never said anything. They might even be lurking in your show. They love you and they want more. And if you're like, I will run this, you all just relax. They're like, oh, thank you. I'm not even like writing in the chat here. I'm just out there. Yeah. Yeah, or you're just weeding out the tares. So let them. It's okay if they go. They'll go someplace else. And the thing is if they want you can't scale super fans. If they're a super fan of you because they tell you what to do, and if you switch it up, they're not really a super fan. They were a super fan of the process of having you run things around. They're not a super fan of you. I promise you, there are a bunch of people who are like, I don't care about the thing. I'm here to watch Mandy. I don't care about all the stuff. I will watch all the stuff and none of it fits me, and I'll just watch the whole thing. But they're more likely to buy. So that's why we do it. No leftovers, all right? We don't want to have leftovers. Okay, so that's why we don't do requests. Okay, the reason why we don't do high. Okay, the reason why, another reason why we don't do, so that's request. Let's talk about varied start prices. Okay, I've been a sales coach. For years. I've been in sales for years. I've coached hundreds of people in sales. You have to remember that pricing is always a secondary issue. It's never the primary issue. If it was a primary issue, if pricing was the number one issue, there'd be one store on the planet, it'd be Walmart, and that would be it, okay? Because pricing is not the primary issue. It's a secondary issue. The primary issue is whether or not do you want the item? Do you want this? Do you see value in this? That's the number one thing. However, in sales, however I start the conversation, will put the buyer in the state of what we're doing. So if I started off with pricing, the buyer will go into the pricing mindset, meaning what does the buyer want? As low as possible. I want to spend the least amount possible. So if I lead with price, the buyer goes into, I'm looking for a deal. I'm looking for a deal. Now in sales, if we were to be hanging out and I wanted to sell you this thing, if I'm like, hey, check this out. I'm going to get you to take ownership of this in some way, or receivership, meaning I'm going to toss it to you. So you're like, whoa, right? Or I'm going to hand it to you. You're like, what are you handing this to me? You're like, I don't know. What do you think? Toss it around. What do you think of the weight of it? Why? Because I want you to take receivership over it and get value out of it before we even talk about price. Or the price is so low, the price is irrelevant. Okay, so I'll talk about that. All right. When we do a varied start price model, I'm going to show you a couple things. All right. Let's say that you're running an item. This one's 8, this one's 12, this one's 15, right? This one's 10. This one is this one's $3, so on and so forth, 7, 7, 5, whatever it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. When we do this, everything becomes a pricing conversation in the buyer's head, first and foremost. Okay. Because when we lead with price and we're changing the price, it's no longer about do I want the item? It's about do I want to pay this much for this item? Okay. Meaning it's a price conversation. So a lot of times when we're running these varied start price shows, where it's like, I'm going to run this one at 8, I'm going to run this one at 3. What'll happen is these might run and even bid, but they'll very rarely get like super bid up, right? Or we see a lot of like no sells, doesn't sell, right? That's one reason why we don't do it, because it's a pricing conversation and it creates decision fatigue. Because I got to do a value assessment for every single item that you show me. So now I'm creating decision fatigue and pricing conversation. Okay. The third reason why we don't do this, okay, is it's price anchoring. Now, price anchoring is awesome in retail or resell, right? So price anchoring is I go to Starbucks. Just kidding. I used to, but I don't anymore. But let's say you guys are all familiar with Starbucks, okay? I go to Starbucks and I see on the menu I'm gonna get a caramel macchiato, all right? And I see an iced caramel macchiato, okay? And I see if I get a tall. This isn't exact. I should really look up what the prices are for this demonstration. But I look and I can get a small, which is a tall, which is crazy. I can get a tall for $4.25, or I can get a grande for $5.75, or I could pick up a venti for $6.25. Now these are a little bit exaggerated, I think. Okay, you just paid $9 for a venti today. Jesse, there's a really good coffee shop that's close to your house. That's really good. It's called the Coffee House. It might be called the coffee shop. It's really good. You should get the Snickers. You'll love it. Okay. So what is price anchoring? Well, I come in to get my caramel macchiato, right? And I see it's $4.25, but that's a small. I want a little bit more, so I look at the grande next, and it's $5.75. And I'm like, okay, for $1.50 more, I can get 4 more ounces. But then I look at the venti, and it's only 50 cents more. So I'm a smart consumer, so I'm going to purchase the venti. This is called price anchoring. It's done on purpose psychologically to lean you to making one decision or another, meaning you're either going to pick up a tall or you're going to pick up a venti. The grande may not make sense. Okay, I put grand into the grande. Okay, does that make sense, Mandy? This is price anchoring. Price anchoring, when we do it in our show, what'll happen is I price anchor every time I show a different item. If I show an item for $8 and then I show one at 12 and then the next item I show is at 5, what's likely to happen is that this won't even sell, because I'm saying that this thing is 5. Okay, cool. 545, 595, and 625. Oh my gosh. Do you see the price discrepancy between these two? And the price discrepancy between these two? That's price anchoring. And Edith's like, I'm a smart consumer. What did you get? Did you go with the tall or the venti? The venti. She got pushed towards the venti because she didn't want the tall. Yeah. So when we do different price points like this, what'll happen is we're unintentionally, but telling our buyers this thing is worth much less than this thing over here. And so what'll happen is it'll be difficult to run something for 15. Number one, it'll either go for close to that, or maybe we'll get a little bit bid up, but we're not going to get the bidding velocity. Okay. However, when I run something at 5, this thing is worth 3 times less than this one. And then at the end, we're like, hey, you'll see shows like this, and then at the end, they can't even run something for $5 and no one wants it. Because you price anchored that all these other, if this thing was worth as much as this one, then at least then why wouldn't you start it at 15? So it's very unlikely that even if somebody buys it, it's definitely not going to go above 15. So now I created a ceiling for how much this thing can go for. Okay. Now I'm going to show you the floor to ceiling pricing model. Okay. We're going to talk about this in a way that we understand the psychology of what's happening. Okay. Now, when I talk about the psychology of it, I want you to know that number one, you're in a safe place surrounded by other people who have already seen this presentation probably about 18 times. Okay. But in Girl Math, it was free because I drank half yesterday in the evening and then the rest this morning. Edith, you're awesome. Okay. So the floor to ceiling pricing model. All right. We want our floor to be low and level. How low do we want the floor? We want it as low as our nervous system can handle. Okay. As low as our nervous system can handle. All right. The top of it, this is the floor. Okay. So the seller sets the floor. Seller set the floor. Buyer set the ceiling. What is the ceiling? The ceiling is the perceived market value of the item. Okay. Perceived market value. What's perceived market value? How much do you perceive this item to be worth? When we say, the reason why we use the word perceived is because that's all it is, right? There isn't a fixed amount, right? We're not running this, how low can you go, right? The perceived market value is not a fixed amount. It's not MSRP. It's not me running eBay comps. It's the perceived market value of that buyer. So if I show an item in here and there's 31 people in here and one of them is me, there's 31 different perceived market values for that item. So for me, I'm selling the item. So hopefully I perceive it to be less valuable than other people so I can sell it. However, my buddy Jesse's in here and I'm showing him this dress and this dress is awesome. But no matter how much I offer it to him, the perceived market value for him is 0. Or he will pay me money to stop bringing him into this conversation. Okay, so the perceived market value is different for every person, ranging from more than you would even know to nothing. To I will pay you money to stop asking me to buy this item. Okay, watch out, he's gonna lick it. The next time I'm hanging out with Jesse, he brings brownies. I'm like, why are these wet on top? I licked all of them. Okay, so when we start something out, okay, and I'm going to put $1 because I'm going to show you $1 is the lowest amount that you can go. Okay, it's how low can you go? Every single one of these little lines right here represents the item. Okay, if I put an X over it, it means it didn't sell. If I put a circle around it, it means it sold for $1. Okay, the perceived market value for each one of these items could be all over the place for the buyer, right? Right? Some are going to be at 0, some are going to be all the way up here. We want the buyer to set their own perceived market value. We don't want to tell them how much it's worth. We want them to. Okay? I'm going to show you why. Okay? Now, Mandy, if you're still with me, Remember, we're in a safe place, all right? But I am going to ask you about your experience. Mandy, have you purchased stuff on Whatnot before in an auction base? In an auction? Okay, sweet. Okay. You and I are hanging out, okay? We're just chilling. I'm on my phone, you're on your phone. That's not actually how when we hang out with people, we don't do that. But let's say for the sake of argument, Jen's with us and we're all like hanging out, okay? We're hanging out at your place, all right? And we're sitting on the couch and chairs and stuff, and we're all watching the same Whatnot show, all right? We're watching Sarah's Spicy Nona, who you should follow if you don't already. We're watching Sarah's show, okay? And she's running stuff at $1, okay? All we're looking to do, right? All we're looking to do is, because we don't want to start a price conversation or no decision fatigue. All we want is we want a yes, okay? Sarah, or I'll do this. What is the Mandy? What's the last clothing item that you purchased off of Whatnot? By the way, this is anytime you're asking a question in your show and you don't want to create decision fatigue, you can use a recall question. Be like, okay, a sweater. Perfect. Because Sarah's selling a sweater and it's awesome. Okay. So we're hanging out, we're watching Sarah's show, Spicy Nona, and this sweater comes across. And you go, and Jen and I are like, hey, Mandy, you like that sweater? And you say yes. And I say, that's awesome. Are you going to buy it? And you're like, oh, yeah. I'm like, what's the max you're going to go on it? All right. And you say, the most I'm going to go on that sweater is I'm going to go $20 is my max bid. Okay. That's the most. And we're like, right on. And then Sarah runs it. She does a phenomenal presentation, of course, because she's a live selling pro. She runs it. And you get on the first bid and you say, yeah. We're like, nice. You're well on your way to purchasing it. People bid it up. You then make your next bid at $5. Okay. And you say, yes. And then the next item goes, the next time it goes up, you bid it at 9. And then this thing starts cruising and it goes 12 and you say yes. And then it goes to 18 and you say yes. These are all your bids, Mandy. Okay. And then it goes to 20. Novation Station comes in and he puts in a bid for 20. Now Jen and I are sitting with you. And of course, you set your phone down and say you win some and you lose some. My max bid is 20. I'm just going to sit and I'm going to do nothing. And Novation Station can take it for $20, which is weird because he doesn't even wear women's sweaters. But here we are. Right? That's what you're going to do, right, Mandy? Nah, you're not doing that. All of a sudden, boom, Mandy is winning the bid. Yes. Boom, goes to 25. And I'm out of space. Boom. And you bought it for $25. You just bought it for $25. And immediately, sometimes I do, but sometimes I just keep going, yes. Anyone in here done that before? Keeger baby, you ever done that before? Set a max bid. Your perceived market value, moments ago, your perceived market value is $20. And then 15 seconds later, it's $25. Anyone else done this before? Give me my sweater. And Mandy, what you just said is exactly what happened. Because right here, you're like, oh, I like it. Right here, I'm going to try to win this thing. Here, I'm going to, I got an event coming up. I might wear it here. Here, you know what? That would match perfectly with these boots that I have here. Holy cow. By the time you got to here, Novation Station is inside your closet and he's taking it out. By the time you got to here, you're passing it along to your kids. By the time you got to here, this is the greatest sweater you've ever purchased. It's your favorite sweater of all time. Now, I'm exaggerating. However, by here, you already own it. We will do more to not lose something we already have than we will to gain something we don't have. That's just psychology. So this is yes stacking, okay? Yeah, you claimed it before you even, right? At this point right here, Jesse is in your house, in your closet, taking your sweater. You are not about to let him walk out with your sweater. This is because you said yes to this so many times. My phone was in the other room, but I kept hearing my name. People stealing women's sweaters from, no, you're stealing the sweater. you're going into people's houses and stealing their sweaters. You did the max bid on this, Jess. You hit Mandy's max bid. She won the item though. You're not stealing anyone's sweater. Oh no, oh good. I love a good sweater. This is what we want to cultivate in our shows because this is really fun to be a part of and it's so fun to watch. He's licking brownies and stealing sweaters. Merch idea, we'll get a picture of Jesse's face licking brownies, stealing sweaters. All right, boom. LSP merch. Ugh. Spicy Nona on the tag. Cool. This right here, Mandy, I've run through this. As you can probably tell, I've gone through this a bunch of times. Whenever I ask, do you guys do this? The answer is yes. Everyone does this. We want to cultivate this in our shows. This is called bidding velocity. We want to stack them yeses, okay? Because up here, it's not about how much it is. It's about whether or not they say yes to it. All we want is for them to say yes to it. And once you fully understand that you have the ability to influence people to say yes by the way that you present it, by creating an experience that is curated, by you doing all the stuff that you do and your beautiful personality and who you are as a person, you don't have to worry about the sequencing and all the stuff that's going on. You get to show up and put on the best party ever, and people will come back to it again and again. But as soon as you realize when you have your store loaded and you have an it's in the auction for $1 and you haven't even started, and you start showing it and telling it through your personality and storytelling, and you watch the pre-bids go up, you're gonna go, oh my gosh, I actually can sell this. Like I actually have a skill set, right? Welcome back, Andrea. I have a skill set, right? Scary part, low viewers and one person bids. Yes. Okay, now we got to go back over here. Okay, we're going to talk about this. Now, we were talking about Starbucks. All right, some of you all need to sit on your hands right now. Mandy, do you know what the customer lifetime value of a Starbucks customer is? What is a customer lifetime value? Meaning, how much money will a customer spend over the course of a lifetime? Kristen, you weren't supposed to say anything. 14,000. What's your value? You are priceless. All right? Andrea, you are priceless. Thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. That means somebody comes in and gets a Frappuccino and they're like, blah, this is gross. I'm never buying this again. I'm pretty sure that I've that spiked my blood sugar. Insulin's going crazy. I feel like garbage and it kind of tastes burnt. Jesse's going to go there and try it and be like, that's delicious. You guys open every day? Because I'll be here every day. I'm going to buy this. And what's the cranberry bliss bar? Is that good? Yes, it's good. It's delicious. Don't buy them. They're so good. Okay. And Jesse's going to spend tens of thousands of dollars and somebody else is going to spend $1. But the average between all the customers is $14,000. I've even seen as high as $25,000 is the estimate of the customer lifetime value. So what we want to go back through, and we go back to the superfan sequence, right? And we say, what is our customer lifetime value? That's why when you were in here earlier, I was geeking out about the tracker we're putting together, because this is the true information that our live seller pros are going to have. The ones that are in Launchpad, they're going to know exactly what their customer lifetime value is, and they're going to know this other number. What's that number? The numbers, it's called CAC. It's customer acquisition costs. How much money does it cost for you to acquire a customer? Holy cow. Acquisition costs. Okay. How much money does it cost for us to acquire a customer? Because if the customer lifetime value is $14,000, how much do you think Starbucks is willing to spend if they know, right? I so see someone reading that wrong. I know, right? Sounds like I'm from Boston and I'm saying bad words. I know, I get it. Okay. But Alex Ramosi says it that way, and so it's okay. All right? It's the first time that I've actually acknowledged that here and this is the first time. It sounds like I'm saying bad words in Boston, okay? I'm fully aware of that, but I'm still saying it that way. CAC. All right? You ruined it. You ruined it. Now I have to call it customer acquisition cost every single time. You got to call it CAC. Thanks a lot, Denise. I'm never the same. Thanks. You added a bunch of more syllables to my day, Denise. Thanks a lot. All right. So customer acquisition cost. What makes up customer acquisition costs? What makes up the CAC? Well, on Whatnot, it's going to be our promo and rewards. It's going to be giveaways. These are all things that we do to acquire a customer, right? To get them through the door. And what we call a loss leader. What's a loss leader? A loss leader is me being willing to take a loss on an item so that somebody comes back and spends more money with me in the future. Okay? I can't make margin off of every single transaction from day one. I can't be profitable on day one, right? Most businesses aren't going to be profitable on day one. If a coffee shop opens, they have to invest into the beans. They got to invest into the inventory. They got to invest into the build out of the place. All those things that go into it. When somebody comes in and buys the first Americano, they're not in profit. In fact, it takes a while for them to get a return on their investment. The cool thing is, though, is we can quickly see that our customer lifetime value will grow. Is there a way to see those values? Yes, Andrea, there is. Yes, there is. And that's why I'm so excited, because for Launchpad 3.0, we are releasing the dashboard that will show you your exact customer acquisition cost. Thanks a lot, Denise. And your customer lifetime value, your CLV. Okay. Like as accurate as we could possibly make it. And you don't have to be a spreadsheet genius. All right. In order to be able to do it. Okay. So the loss leader is us taking where we sell something for $1. We sell something for $1, right? And the person's like, oh my gosh, they get it. They go to Mandy's show. They finally buy the dress that I've been showing for months now. And what'll happen is they love Mandy and her presentation and everything she's doing. And there just wasn't enough people in there initially. However, this will grow. How many of you in here have purchased something from me or my wife before? I wanted to show you this real quick, Mandy. How many of you have purchased something from me or my wife before? Mandy, you've purchased something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? We're at 7. We're already at 20%, right? I don't think I've seen your shows though. No, you may have seen my wife's show under Making Grace Vintage, right? 8. So Making Grace Vintage, 9. So we are a lot of times too much. Whatever, Dacia, you're here every day. You love being here. Um, and so what we're doing is we are buying superfans, okay? It's my home. We're buying superfans. And the reason that superfans come back again and again is not just because of product. They're coming back because of the experience that you are providing. And so we might take a loss. Let's say you buy something, right? So what would a loss leader look like? Your COGS for the item, your COGS, hold on. Let's say your COGS for an item was $8, okay? You sold it, right? The revenue was $1, right? You only made $1, subtract the whatnot fees, right? You're gonna lose $7 and some odd cents, right? And you're gonna lose $7.48. But if you know that your customer lifetime value and your data, because you get the data, that $7.48, you might have sold that to somebody who picked it up for $1, but you don't know it, but they're gonna spend $300 with you over the next 4 weeks. Okay. The issue becomes the biggest barrier to entry to doing the things that I'm talking about is that we don't want to take a loss on anything because we want to make margin because we're worried that it's not going to work. Okay. Which is totally understandable. So instead of going down to here, all we need to do is bring it down as low as our nervous system can handle, not as low as we want to cover our butts, but the lowest that we can go for our nervous systems. because the lower you go, let me show you this. Mandy, have you ever seen it where somebody runs something for $5, nobody buys it, and then like 30 seconds later, like, I'm running it for $1, and then all of a sudden it gets bid up to $7? That's because of the yes stacking. That's because of bidding velocity. We have to trust in our buyers that they're going to do that very thing. And when we do that, more viewers come in and they stay. The reason why people leave is it's way more fun to watch these type of shows than it is to watch high starts, to watch varied shows and times, asking and taking requests. All those things is why people are leaving. When you run shows like this, where you're sequenced and you're working on the actual skill set of live sales, it will get better and better and better. And over time, you won't have a loss leader. Okay. So when we look at our numbers, so what we'll do is if Jen goes out and she buys, if she goes out and she spends total spend. Let's say she goes out and she spends $200. Okay. And the total items she picks up is 20 items. So her cost per item, or her CPI is what, $10. We just know what her CPI is. Now, some of these items, one of these items, she may be paid up, spent $20 on. Someone else might have another one, $3 on, right? Okay, cool. What you're going to look at is you're going to look at your CPI. In the dashboard for Launchpad, this is why I was so excited, is because it's going to take CPI and it'll say your CPI is $10. And then what it's going to do is it's going to say, here are all the sales, here are all the orders, right? That were less than $10, if that's your CPI, which is kind of a high CPI if you're just starting out. Okay, but it'll say here are all your loss leaders. Okay, it'll say show me all the orders that were less than $10. All right, and so it's an if then, like if it's less than $10, put it in here and then total that up. Okay, right? Yeah, it's consumer price index. I know. Consumer price index is actually I totally know what you're talking about. The basket of goods, right? I know. So it's confusing. That's why I moved from saying LTV, lifetime value, to CLV, because there's too many people in the mortgage industry who are like loan to value. I don't understand what you're talking about, right? CPI all the time. Yeah. Consumer price index, but is yours different, Jess? You're not talking about the consumer price index. How they figure in like pricing inflation. Okay. So as long as this is what we go off of, and then the same thing that we do, we look at our RPI. What's our RPI? Revenue per item, right? Yeah, renewals and increases per year. Yeah. What is this sample? CLV is what I'm used to. Yeah. Mm, I love RPI. It's an IT company. Gotcha. Sorry for the confusion, y'all. But I could do cost per piece. I could do CPP. Should I do that? I'll go. People are like confused by it. I got to go change my acronyms. So if our RPI is say $20, right, and my CPI is 10, or I can do my EPI, which is my earnings, right? Same type of thing. The dashboard that I'm building will show you your RPI, your EPI, and your PPI. Okay, I'm on RN. Do you think this bookmark is BM? Yep. I think something out. Bowel movement. How many BMs have you had today? You're like 102. 102 BMs? We got to take you to the hospital. Come on. What? 102 bookmarks is great. I know I need a glossary, huh? Nope, they're full BMs, Kristen. Full BMs. Stop, guys. I already lost CAC. Okay? I can't lose more acronyms in a day. Like, you guys, ease up, all right? I have to say customer acquisition costs now. Because y'all are now going to imagine You're going to imagine Goodwill Hunting every time that I say that, saying a bad word in the Boston accent. That's on you, not me. I was never going to bring that up until you brought it up, okay? We're wicked smart. Customer acquisition costs. I know. I have to now put in that I have language in my show because of y'all, all right? Okay. Cost of customer acquisition. Coca, I got to do that one. All right. Right now, I'm working on MVP. Map at work. My copywriter is like, you decide who's the most valuable here. I trust your judgment too. If you need to remove people from the island, Sarah, I'll minimal viable product, most valuable player. If you're not an MVP, you're off the island. All right. Yeah, I have explicit language now because of Denise. You ruined it. All right. You owe me an acronym. Okay. So you guys all doing good now? Yeah, no, I think that's a good way to do it. Maybe I'll call it Coca. All right. And then all of a sudden people are like, oh, Coca, like the Coca plant. You guys are going to ruin it. That's why we can't have nice things, guys. Sweet. Okay. So that's a really long explanation of everything that I was talking about, Mandy, of why we do what we do. Now, my boyfriend went around my company party this year and asked everyone, including my CEO, what kind of leader I am as a joke. Did they give like real feedback? Did he record the conversations? This is giving me flashbacks of teaching middle school. In a good way? In a good way, right? We talk about teaching middle school, it's like, oh, those are the good old days. No. Yeah. No. Did they give? Yes, they did all give feedback. But everyone above me was like, what? That's so funny. That's so funny. Your boyfriend's awesome. Okay. So now that we understand that, okay, students taking everything way too far, ruining acronyms, ruining them, okay? I told him not to do that. I specifically said that's why he did it. Hey, when we go, do you mind? And he did will you promise me to be on your best behavior? Like, I promised somebody else I'd be on my worst behavior, right? Dwight? That's what happened. I already promised somebody else I'd be on my worst behavior, so that's why he did it. Exactly, Andrea. Okay, so this alone won't do the thing. You just run your stuff at a buck. That's not what we're actually going for, okay? People really did say sweet things, so there's that. Okay, see? It turned out well. Running it at a buck isn't going to do it. What's the point of us doing that? The point of us doing that is because we want, number one, we're buying superfans. Number two is we want the data. What's the data? What data are we looking for? We want to figure out what sells and what doesn't sell. All right? We want to figure out, a lot of times when we come from the reselling world, we just believe that we know what we got because we saw it off of an eBay comp, or we sold something 6 months ago of the same thing, or we saw our favorite YouTuber say this thing's worth a lot, right? And so what happens is we, as resellers, we're following other people's data, right? $1 starts isn't the secret, y'all. It's not the secret, but it is the greatest access point to what we're looking for. At the beginning, I told you the only thing we call this the two target strategy. All we're looking for is customer lifetime value and what we call instant market feedback. We want this. This is the report that tells us how to greatly improve our business week over week. Okay. That's what I want. I would much rather, I will pay money in order to get the data to figure out what's selling, what isn't selling, and if I'm presenting it in the best way, and to get super fans. I will pay for that. Okay. That's what we're doing initially. And then that data, when we put it back into our business, will begin to pay us. Okay. Could you imagine we're all just here like, yeah, sell everything for $1, and that's it? Yeah. That's not going to do it, right? That's not going to do it. What do we need to do? So let's say we get brave and we're running stuff at $1, okay? Our viewership will grow, all right? What'll happen at first is if I put an X over it, it means it didn't sell. If I put an O, it sold at $1, and then anything above, okay? So this one doesn't sell, this one sold, this one went for $3, this one sold at $1. Each one of these are items we're running. This one sold at 7, this one sold at $1, and then this one sold at, I don't know, 9, okay? Okay, so what we'll do is that's data. Another thing is we're gonna watch back our show and we're learning things like how to present and how to show items and how to tell stories and how to do pairing and how to do recall question, all these different skill sets that we add that we're stacking that makes us better at what it is what we're doing, the actual presentation of live sales, right? And what we do is we're gonna look and say, why didn't this one right here sell? And it's either we didn't have enough people, which is a temporary problem. Okay, it's a temporary problem. Unless we continue to do asking, taking requests, doing varied show times, doing varied start prices, doing high start prices, and winging it, then as long as we're not doing those 5 things, then people isn't going to be a problem because people will stay in our shows. Okay, and we're looking. Okay, I'll talk more about that. Okay, the other one is presentation, where we go through and say either I didn't have enough people or the right people, so not enough, or the right people. The presentation on a scale of 1 to 10, how well did we do? Did we give the product the what it was due in order to? Are we telling stories? Are we getting the parrot? Are we doing? There's so many different things that we can do to increase our presentation, right? How's our lighting? What is our visual real estate? All those different things. Or we look at the product. If this item didn't sell, we're going to be honest and say, is it a product issue? Is it a presentation issue? Or is it a people issue? After a period of time, this won't be an issue because you're going to have 20, 30, 40 plus people in your show. You'll be like Edith running around with 185 people in her show. Okay. And by the way, like seriously, holding so well, Edith, if you're in here, your nervous system, you look like that was like, yeah, I do this all the time. 185 people, huh? Slow day, I guess. Edith, your nervous system, the way that you handle that. A lot of people will have that many people in their show and they can't handle it. You have grown exponentially to be able to hold that many people. Freaking amazing. Okay. So look, product 1 out of 10. Okay. What we need to go through our data and look. We're not initially. I'm just a person just like them, so no biggie. I love it. I love it. Yeah, everybody poops. Exactly. I wouldn't know what to do. We're going to look through and say, okay, this one sold for $1. Is it a people thing? Is it a presentation product? Maybe it's all 3 of them, right? And we're going to go. I'll be right back. Just peed myself. I'll be right back, guys. Don't leave, please. Okay? That's why there are so many people. It's a crash out moment or whatnot. Okay, we're gonna look and be like, why did this thing sell for $7? Why did this one sell for $9? Obviously, we're gonna sell more items than this, right? We're gonna go through and we're gonna look through and use our data. What's selling, what's not selling, and why not? Okay, and we're gonna judge ourselves based off of presentation, product, and if we had enough people. Once people aren't an issue, it's only presentation and product. And then what's gonna happen is we're gonna start dropping out the next time we show it, even if you're making money. I don't know what your cost per item is, but even if you're making it on the low end of these things, we're going to drop out the bottom. Because the next time we do a show, all of a sudden things are going for 2, 3, one's going for 10, whatever it is, and we're gonna look and we're gonna see, oh, our lowest items we're going for $2 and $3, and we're gonna stop picking up items like that. And then we're gonna go be like, why did this sell for 10? And then the next time we go, the more that we do that, overall, our product is not about doing volume. It's not about volume. It's about being really potent and picking up more of the things that are selling and stop picking up the things that aren't selling or they're selling on the bottom end of ours. So that means my wife can pick up product that she knows she can sell for a profit and she won't do it. because we look at our bottom and say, if this thing is less than this, why? So if you guys have ever gone to her Fancy Find show, she's now looking through and saying, if it goes for less than $10, she starts it out at $1, but the start price, and I love that Sarah brings this up all the time. Start price does not mean end price. It's not your final price. Okay. But she'll start it off at $1, and if it goes for anything less than 10, she'll go through and look and be like, was it my presentation or was it my product? It wasn't a people issue. There are plenty of people in there. So it was either presentation or product, or it was both, right? If it did it sell for less, why? Presentation or product. And then once it's at like now nothing's going under 10, she's gonna go find the things like the outliers, the things that are like, why did this thing sell for $208? Go, let's go find more of those things. And then she keeps moving. Do you get that? That's the game. It's not a volume margin play. It is us using customer lifetime value and our data to constantly get better and better. The first little while is going to take a little bit, but when we do, all of a sudden, for Edith, for you, I bet your RPI is going up. And I know what your RPR is for your last show. And I'm like paying attention because I'll remember it because I'm weird like that. Because I'm betting in my head, your RPI is going to go up. Your revenue per item is going to go up. Okay. I said this earlier, but Amy had things at the start of her show that didn't sell at all, but she was glitching, and then when she was stable, those things sold at the end and got bid up even. Yeah, and she had stuff that went for $5. Amy's doing $5. That's her low. That's cool. Go for that. That's where her nervous system is at. That's totally fine. But we don't base our floor, our low, based off of what we're trying to capture. We base it off of our own, making sure that our eyes aren't twitching and we're not about to throw up on camera. That every time something sells for $1, our face doesn't go like white, right? That is what we're going for, not based off of trying to capture the margin, because the cleanest data you're possibly going to get and the easiest way to get a super fan is $1. And I know that that's a controversial thing, and I know that even as I say that I know that there are people who are like, oh my gosh, I would never. That's fine, then don't. That's totally fine. But what I'm telling you is that we're seeing the data and we've seen it ourselves, that when you do that and you are getting better at what you're doing, not just running stuff for $1 and be like, so you're saying if I just run everything at $1 that it's going to work? No, I'm saying you got to be good at your craft, and being good at what's your craft, finding good items, staging them, showing them well, shipping them, and then understanding your data. That's your craft. Those are your 5 moves. Find items, sourcing, stage them, yourself and your environment, right? And staging your actual whatnot, your show posters, all those things. That's staging. Show, the actual act of presenting and running a show in sequence and being able to tell stories, being able to show the items and be able to use descriptive language that, and the way that you show it, and good lighting and all that stuff that goes into a presentation, right? And then shipping the item, that's the last part of it, as well as, well, the last part, story, which is being able to understand this, what items are selling, which ones aren't, dropping out the low, right? And then looking at the high and keep moving that up over time. But we can't do it just off of like, I think a lot of people interpret it and they're like, okay, here we go, running an item, $1, go, running. I listened to this bald bearded guy on the internet. He said, if I run this at $1, everything in my life will be better. Okay, go. That sold for $2, running this at $1, and then coming back and be like, it didn't work. I didn't make margin. I didn't say you were going to make margin. What's your data say? How is your presentation? What? I got to present? Yeah, you got to work on your skill set of sales. If price was the issue, the product would sell itself. They're not on whatnot for that. You're a terrible presenter. I know. Well, I'm out of acronyms now because of you. That's why. $1 starts as data, refinement, and honing your craft. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, and also if you can test it, but don't be moving your pricing all around. Okay. So if your nervous system isn't ready to go there yet, don't. This is why he coaches and she sells. Only drop when you stay at the start because it's confusing. They change show to show. Yeah. So if you're moving your pricing down, right? If you're moving your pricing down, right? That's why my presentation. If you move your pricing down, don't then raise it back up because you're like, oh, my nervous system can't do it. If you keep doing that thing again and again, it's confusing for your buyers and you're pushing people out. Okay. So if you need to do $5 starts, do it. Just do it. Watch what happens though. And Edith saw the same thing. She was doing, I think she started with 5. and then she moved to 3, and then she moved to 1. And she's been at 1 for her last 3 shows. And each show she's done better because it doesn't make sense. You're saying if I go lower, then I could potentially make more? Yes, if you're working on your presentation and you're using the data and the low, guys, if if the start bid was the actual thing, consider this. Consider this. If I run something at $5 and it goes to 10, if I started that thing at 10, it wasn't going to go to 15. In fact, if I started at 10, it probably wouldn't sell. However, we've all seen it when I start something at 5, instead of running at 5 and going to 10, if I started at 1, it could go to 12. You get what I'm saying? If I started at 1 and it went to 12, if I started at 5, it wasn't going to go to 16. You get what I'm saying? It's a weird, it's a counterintuitive thing, but if the start bid was a thing, you're not going to make more margin because you started it higher. And most sellers are like, how do I go up and start bids? And what we say is the pro goes low. How low can you go? But not based off of your, like, because we're getting the data and the customer lifetime value. And what we don't know is that there are people here that on Whatnot that will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars in a single day. What's up, Chad? What's up, Stephanie? Right? So we want the cleanest data possible, and we want that data so we can improve upon what we're doing. I would rather do that and get better and better and better over time than me trying to squeeze out every single dollar of my inventory. Okay, what if you barely have anyone in your live? Do you still start at $1? Not necessarily $1 if if your nervous system can't handle that, but most of the time the reason why people don't have people in their live is because they're doing varied show times. Their shows are all over the place, or they're doing like, I do a Ray Train, and then on Thursday I'm doing a Disney theme thing, and then on Friday I'm going to try out some other thing, and it's all over the place. That's one thing, because you're not consistent enough doing the same thing and owning the process. Another one is taking or asking for requests. Another one is doing varied start prices. I'm starting this one at 8. I'm doing this one at 5. Doing this one at 12. That's another reason why people won't stay in your show. You're winging it. You don't have a process. That's another reason why people won't stay in your show. Or you're doing high starts, meaning people will come in and they're like, what are you running it for? You're like, $20. And you're like, pff. And even if you're like, it retails for $80, we would think that you would be like, well, if it retails for $80 and I run it for 20, I mean, that's 75% off, right? I love it. Thanks for being here too. So what we're trying to do instead is be like a lot of people are like, well, I can't run it that low because I don't have enough people in my show. What I'm trying to say is the reason why people aren't staying in your show is because of these factors. These are the reasons why. Or I could go in and be like, I'm not doing any of that stuff. But then I go in and I see like your ceiling fan and a light and like you're pulling stuff out of bags and you're like, what about this one, guys? And you're like, well, that's why people aren't staying in your show. You're pulling stuff out of a Goodwill thrift bag. You didn't stage anything. There's no presentation. There's no quality behind what you're doing. There's no standard for what you're doing. So there are all the different variables. But if it's confusing or it's too high of a start price, you'll just automatically push a lot of people out. So you see this, right? My degree's in business, but Whatnot is wild. Yes. Okay. So I love this. Okay. So in this, the things that I'm talking about isn't going to work in retail or resell. Like you're never going to be like, all right, guys, gather around. I'm starting this thing at $1. You're not going to run a live auction, but in auction-based stuff, in live selling, it's different than retail or resell. In resell, we go, this thing's worth $50. I'm going to drop it down to $40. You get a 20% off running it now type thing. And we would think that would work, but it doesn't work quite the same because all the people are in these $1 start shows or $5 starts or these low ones, and they're watching the bidding velocity because we have to remember that people are here for the experience of Whatnot, not just finding the product. Okay. As a buyer, I appreciate staging. When a show isn't staged, it makes my nervous system crazy and I don't want to stay. Yeah. Yeah. Holly Wally Doodle, what are you? 326. You're already rocking and rolling. Don't stop. Okay. Don't stop. All right. Here's what I would do. What is it that you're selling? Here's what I do. If you're doing kind of the path, it's hard with 3 kids, but my setup is nice at least. Okay, cool. I hear you. Blind boxes. Okay. What is a blind box? Help me understand. Is that where like you don't know you know what's in the box? They don't know what's in the box? Am I the blind one in this scenario? Who's the blind one? Are we both blind? Right. All right, guys. I don't know what's in this. Where's my phone? I'm just kidding. Mystery boxes. I'm running around like Stevie. That'd be awesome. I'm not fully sure. So one of the things, so what we talk about is creating a super fan that can come back again and again. And we want a super fan because they're going to spend money. They're plush toys and very popular right now. Okay, cool. So we want customer lifetime value. So if they're plush toys and people are going to come back again and again, yeah, that's awesome. Okay. It looks like you're doing it looks like you were doing stills and dills. Okay. What are you doing in terms of what does your pricing look like? Does it vary? I started in December. Stick with this. This is a huge thing. Live selling is the wave is coming. Okay? What are your start prices at? So the first thing is like just pick one time per week. Set your weekly schedule for what you can do consistently. Okay? Set a weekly schedule for what you can do consistently because humans operate off of a weekly schedule. I work Monday through Friday, I take Saturday and Sunday off, whatever it might be, right? I have a show Sunday and I don't know if I'm ready to drop all the prices yet since I'm new here. How far in advance do you recommend prepare for a shift? Mandy, we'll just work just your Mandy, you're in the community, right? Go into the community, okay? Yes, it varies. Okay. I really want to do dollar starts. I want a wheel, a 5, a spin. I ran a wheel. Okay, stupid autocorrect. It's okay. I have autocorrect too, and then I can read. So you're doing like a game type thing, right? You're doing a game. You're running like spinning a wheel, and then whatever it runs for, right? No, you're totally fine, man. To get into the community, and we will continue to work through that and then just load up what you're doing and we'll talk further about like the next steps. Yeah, okay, cool, awesome. And in about, holy cow, it's 5:08. In about 50 minutes I'm going to be doing my launchpad call tonight with my launchpad coaching members. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out this afternoon with me. Appreciate that. Yeah, sometimes I do buyer's choice. Okay, cool, buyer choice was okay. So there's going to be a little bit, yes, they are recorded. They are recorded. And Andrea, I'm going to go through the tracker that I released earlier this week tonight. That's what I'm going through. Okay. So it'll be beneficial to go through. Okay. I know, but once I build my audience, I'm going to do great. I'm always looking to improve. I appreciate you. Yeah, totally. I appreciate you being here. So we want to build something consistent that has people coming back again and again so we can build in the customer lifetime value. Sometimes if our stuff is like if I come into your show and I can at least figure out what's going on within the first 3 to 8 seconds, then that's great. What's kind of hard about doing like game show type stuff is the results can somewhat be, I would guess, I haven't done it before, but I'd guess based off of how it's going that sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to do because the results it's like a random thing that's spinning. So you would have to track the data on what's happening in the show. But there's already a random feel for what's happening, which means I can't replicate the process again and again. And it's all about building a relationship, and I'm great at that. I'm just experimenting with the pricing. Yeah. And so one thing I will tell you is if you're experimenting, we need a large enough data set to see if it's working and what's not working. What a lot of people do is they'll do like, I'm going to do like $5 starts. And then they're like, oh, that got me this result. Next show, I'm going to do $1 starts. And then the next show, they do $3 starts. But it's not a big enough data set to tell us. And it's now creating it confusing because here's the superfan sequence. Okay. So the superfan sequence is I didn't even know that Holly Wally Doodle was a thing. And now I'm aware. And then I discovered, and then I went to, I was in consideration and I looked at your profile, right? Where I'm like, who is Holly Wally, right? Well, people will then come in and once they have converted, they have an intention to stay with you, right? Then they're more likely to make an investment with you and you'll be in a relationship, right? With Superfan. And then once they've come back and seen you enough times, they're now spending money and they're like, you got to check out Holly Wally. Okay. So this is the Superfan sequence. One thing that we have to remember is this. Okay. From consideration to conversion, confusion kills conversion. Meaning if I can't figure out what's going on, I got to go. I won't even say anything. Confusion kills conversion. So we have to be super clear about what it is we're doing. Also, if I go to a show and it's a $1 start, and then I go to the same show a couple of days later and it's a $3 start or it's a $5 start, I'm a little bit confused and people are like, what is this? And what they're asking themselves the entire time, is this for me? Is this for me? And if it's confusing, they'll say, nope, and they'll leave. So yeah, they don't have a long attention span. So if they can't figure it out, yeah, as soon as they come back, they swipe. Yeah. So that's one of the downsides of like, if you can't, I got like 3 to 8 seconds. If I can't figure out what's going on within like 3 to 8 seconds, I'm out. Right. And also, if there's any sort of like, I got to learn the rules or I got to make decisions and do all that stuff, like I'm out. Sorry. I also have 3 kids as well and married, running 2 businesses and doing all these different things. And so I won't even be there because I don't even have like the brain capacity to be like, wait, I got to learn a game. Nope. I'm just going to go and I want to be part of an experience. I'll watch stuff. Right. But if it's confusing at all, I'm just going to leave. So, but your product itself, and I want you to know something real quick, Holly Wally, they're not coming back because of your games and your wills and your product. You're building an experience that they're coming back for you because you are the asset of your business, not your product. The product will come and go, and you're going to use your data and you can move, or you move from plushies into other things, but you're the asset of the business, and you can appreciate the asset by increasing your skill set and what it is that you're doing. Okay, and that's what we talk about here. And thanks for being here. And you should stay if you want. Although I'm gonna have to leave in like I might have to jump off in like 15 because I need to be ready to go. Yes, and I'm very entertaining, and sometimes I'm a disaster because you're a disaster. Okay, yeah, bookmark. You should come back and hang out. Yeah, and if you thanks, Kristen. If you ever want to do like a coaching call, you can talk to me or you can talk to my wife, and we'd be happy to do that. Or we have a community. It's $30 for 30 days inside of our community, and this is all the stuff we do. Yeah, you're awesome. Thanks for being here, and thanks for like chiming in. All right. So if any of you guys ever have anything, like I am. Yeah, we do have a show out up there as well. Yeah, but I'm here to help you all out. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Kristen. So, with that, what I'll do is I'm gonna probably raid. We'll go. My wife just got home. We will. We're gonna be doing a call tonight for Launchpad. Launchpad is our 4-week coaching program. Okay. And they're all people that are within our foundations group. Okay. And so tonight I'm doing a Launchpad call. We do 2 calls a week. If you guys are interested in that level of coaching, it's only people that are part of our foundation. 1K sales, so I don't have to wait 36 years to get paid. Seriously, I'm with you on that. And you're well on your way. You're well on your way. So I'm with you. That 1K sales changes some stuff up. And don't stop, okay? Don't stop. Don't stop. Figure this thing out because it is totally worth it. We talked about how big this opportunity is earlier. It's massive. So do not stop, all right? Pivot as needed. Keep learning, keep growing, but don't stop. Plug in with people who are doing the same thing. Because the other thing is Holly Wally, you're part of a bigger community of people that are learning and growing and doing this as well. You're not alone in this as well. Okay. So just plug back in here and we got you. All right. Yeah. Not giving up. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. Just let me know. And if at any point, I also will do like free co-hosting stuff where you will just co-host and We'll just do like a one-to-one coaching session for free. You just have to do it in front of however many people are in my show. Okay, that's the only thing. So, but maybe we can co-host sometime and we can just talk about what you got going on, because those are really valuable for people. We learn a lot from what's going on, from conversations. Tay, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Tay's like, I've been here. I don't know why I was telling you that I just showed up. Just kidding. I don't know if you were or not. Okay, y'all, we're gonna raid into somebody. Okay, cool. Love it. Hey. Okay, so we're gonna raid. So if you're gonna do a show, hurry and go live and I'll raid into you right now, okay? Tay's like, hold on 1 second, I'm gonna set up for a show. I'll wait. Hurry, go do a show, I'll raid into you. All right? We're gonna raid into most likely somebody that I know. All right. I did raid into somebody that I didn't know, and it was a disaster. Did anyone see that one? Raided into a thing called Monster Deals, and it was like the satirical, like a version of everything that I've been teaching, like the opposite of all the things that I'm teaching. And then they were like what? They're like, hey, Making Grace raided into you. He's like, I don't know who that is. They were like, I'm not even doing that, guys. Stop telling. This is my show. Like, or I was like, whoa, this is craziness. Like, you don't know what a raid is? Anyways, come on, guys, bid it up, chat. Go chat. You're losing chat. Oh my gosh, you guys are the worst. Anyways, you guys want to buy more stuff from me? You guys are the worst. So don't recommend being condescending and acting like you're superior to your buyer. That's kind of a weird approach. I'm right to people and they didn't even say thank you. Yeah. I'll thank you, Mandy. I'll write into you. You don't even have to say anything. All right. Yeah, it was hilarious. And every time I go and he's live, I'm like, I kind of want to go in again. I kind of want to go in again. Somebody rated me and I added them as a co-host. They were on the toilet. Whoops. And they're like, accept. Hey, what's up? That was a long show. I'm busy right now. You know you're on camera, right? Uh-huh. Okay. Wonderful community. Okay, classy. This is what not to do. Exactly. I know. Mexican, like, this is what not to do. She did it on purpose. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Why would they accept it? Because it's hilarious. That's why. Because now it turned into a story. Sometimes we just do stuff so later on people will tell a story about it. Now, Holly Wally just told us a story that I fully enjoyed. Right? So sometimes we got to just do something for a story for someone else. Put your dang britches on, girl. Hey, I see that. Do you want to come in? Do you want to come in here? Do it for the plot. Then that way I will go. My wife is like, I'm still beating you. Do it for the plot. Exactly. Just to say hi. We have new friends. We got Mandy up in here. We got Holly Wally. Holly Wally, what's your name? If you want, you don't have to tell me. Sure. Yeah, it was wow. Holly, that makes a ton of sense. That makes a ton of sense. All right. Yeah, you guys want to see my beautiful wife? She's gonna come say hi. We all want to see you. Making Grace, Making Grace. Her name's Jenica. I call her Jen. I actually call her Babe. I never use her name. Yeah. Encore. Oh, let me. It's perfect. Hi.
Hi.
Your eyes are gonna adjust quickly.
Why?
Because it's bright in here and it's dim out there.
Hi. How are you doing? I was just running errands, getting stuff for elote dogs. If you guys have never had elote dogs, you need to have them. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go get water and I'm gonna go get ready. I have a call in 30 minutes.
Okay, so I'm shutting us down?
No, you can be live for the next 30 minutes and then I need my phone back.
Hi, friends. Hello.
Do we have any guests coming over?
Yes.
Okay. That's still a secret? Is it a secret guest?
No.
A mystery?
I confirmed with them, so I told the kids.
Okay.
Hi, friends. How are we doing? I was just out running. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I love doing my makeup. It's my favorite thing to do every day. I miss you, Mama. So much. We need to have you over. You guys, Steven has sold nothing this entire time I've been gone. What has he been doing? I'm just kidding. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have a very like minimal skincare routine. Yeah, you and a foundations. I need to study. I love it. Yeah, you guys, you should join foundations. It's so worth it. Um, what were you guys talking about? I wasn't watching. I love makeup too. You should go to the Lux Edit right here. Her name is Andrea, and I get all of my makeup stuff from her. He sold one thing. People, look at all this. He gives it all away for free. How dare him? I'm just kidding. I'm glad it. I know. Shoxy, I'm so happy to have you. Ooh, yes. Girl, your hookup, your source and hookup is the best. Go to her shows. She runs, that's why he's the coach. Go to the Lux Edit show. She runs everything for $1. I got Kat Von D lip liner for like $4. And then I got Charlotte Tilbury, the setting spray, the big one for 19. That stuff retails for like crazy money. And I also got a wonderful like perfume spray for super cheap too. I know. I get in trouble in her shows. My husband comes in the room and he's like, "No more." I'm like, "But I love her and I love her stuff." Yeah, this lipstick actually is from the Dollar Tree. I bought their Pure, Pure. It's the matte lipstick and the lip liner duo. The lipstick is absolute garbage, but the lip liner is so good. It's like creamy and buttery and it lasts a really long time. Oh, totally. I want to do a TikTok where I do a full face of makeup in Dollar Tree. Those are my favorite ones on. The brand is called Pure. Called Pure. I'll put it in the chat. It kind of looks like the Target brand, but they have great stuff at the Dollar Tree. I bought the duo, being like, I'm gonna try it, and then I tried the lip matte lipstick. Terrible decision. Absolute terrible decision. I was like, my lips were like sticking together. It was like glue. Learned so much. Then now I'm a whatnot seller much better. Oh yeah, on YouTube. You learned a lot on YouTube. Same. My favorite YouTuber, her name is Julia Adams. It's Julia Adams MUA. Makeup stands for makeup artist. She's from Canada and she's the only makeup artist that I have purchased what she recommended and it's actually been good. I've done a bunch of other purchases from other YouTubers and I hated them. And I'm like, they just say that to make a quick buck because this product sucks. So I always wondered why I was watching all these YouTube videos, and now I'm like, now I'm gonna do TikTok. Get ready with me. Why is it I can paint a canvas, but not my face? There is like a legitimate process to doing your makeup. There is a process, and I'm totally in love with my process right now. I know, maybe I should do a get ready with me on here. I won't be able to sell anything, maybe just the playback, but yes, it can go very wrong, especially if you layer wrong things on top of each other. I know, me too. Holly Wally Doodle, I love your screen name. That's dope. I know, but Denise, you do a great job. You're very minimalistic. Thank you, Queen Bee. It is Revlon's red, or not Revlon. I'm sorry, L'Oreal's red line at not Ulta, Sally's. Cost me like $22 to dye my hair, and I change it frequently. I go through their whole red spectrum. It's the best. Teach me to paint my face. I will. I'll teach you guys. I need to put a show poster up. I think people would love it. It's true. I think it's a skin tone thing. I've had Pink ass Denise. I've had every color. I've had pink, purple, blue, green, I've had all of them. And I feel like I look pretty good with all of them. Thanks. I am doing really good, Denise. We need to have you over for dinner. Like soon, very soon. Because we have a lot to discuss. So, a lot going on. But in a good way, like things are getting better, and I am so thankful. You're 42? Yes. Oh my gosh. My skincare? No. No. Heck no. Denise. See, my skincare routine. Do you guys want to hear my skincare routine? To take my makeup off, I use the Neutrogena no fragrance oil based makeup wipes. And then after that, I use the what is that? It's like the mushroom milky face wash by, it's not, I think it's Palmer's. Isn't it? It's not Palmer's. Shoot, I don't remember the brand. But like I just use the milky face scrub, and then I use their Thayer's milky face scrub. It's the mushroom version. Yes, that's what I use. Seriously. And it's like so soft and easy. It takes my makeup off in one swipe. And then I use the Thayer's toner, the rose petal toner. And then I use the Palmer's body butter on my face. I am super dry, so I need like oil. I don't, what did I miss? We're talking about makeup, Abe. You don't care. Unless that's Steven. But you guys, we are doing a coaching call in 30 minutes with our Launchpad group. If you want to join Launchpad, you join through Foundations right here. And Foundations gets you access to the community where there is all sorts of content. Steven showed you everything that you get. But we are so excited because I think we're at like 106 people, which is crazy. Crazy. That means we've added 106 people to our community in like 2 months. No, 3 months, which is crazy. But y'all are wonderful. You're so active in there. It's your favorite bald man. It's your favorite bald man. But yeah, I love you guys. If you want to join the community, you should. Or just come back tomorrow. We'll be live tomorrow. And you can come and hang out with us. And my husband will teach more than he sells because I'm whooping him in sales. Whooping him. But this stuff is wow. That's Stephen. Yeah, she did ask me that. But at least you got someone in Foundations. I'm proud of you. I love you. Good job. He's like, how dare you? We're trying to fill up the community. That's your job. They're not going to even buy because you teach them so much. I'm just kidding. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing fantastic. Hasn't been in the room long, but she has a degree in business, new seller. But I can tell she is going to the top. I love that. Only with the best. Quality over quantity. That's true. Although this is a lot of quantity. This is a lot. You know? It's quality though. It's quality. But also an announcement, I'm not doing fancy finds this week. I will be doing it next Saturday, so be sure to bookmark. I still have my show poster up because I want to collect bookmarks, but I will eventually move it. And yeah, let's raid someone. Oh, the members in the community. Yes. Okay. I see. Who should we raid? I want to do someone in. Let's do Travis. Travis is, unless there's someone else in the community. Let's do Travis because he's live. I love him. He's one of my absolute. He's been with me on this app since the very beginning. He's been on this app longer than I have, And yeah, he has great stuff and he's really, really knowledgeable. And yeah, I love him. Let's go rate him. I know, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. He's doing so great. I love you guys. I will see you later. Bye.